Welcome, friend. For centuries, Buddhist masters have understood a quiet and profound truth about the human heart. They saw clearly what most of us only glimpse in moments of reflection. Pain is an unavoidable part of being human, but suffering is something we add. Pain visits all lives. Suffering, however, is shaped by how we meet what life brings. Tonight, we begin a gentle journey together. Not a journey outward into the world, but a journey inward into the landscape of the heart. We will walk slowly through ancient stories and timeless observations that have guided human beings toward peace for thousands of years. These are not teachings meant to be memorized, nor techniques meant to be mastered. They are invitations to see more clearly, to feel more honestly, and to live with a little more freedom. Before we go any further, take a moment to simply arrive. Wherever you are right now, allow yourself to pause. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw loosen. Allow your breath to find its own natural rhythm without forcing it to be deep or slow. There is nowhere else you need to be. Nothing else you need to accomplish. For this moment, it is enough to simply be here. You may wish to notice the time where you are, the place you are listening from. Perhaps you are lying in bed preparing for sleep. Perhaps you are resting quietly after a long day. Wherever you are, let this moment be a small refuge, a space where nothing is required of you. We are not here to learn how to suppress our emotions or to become numb to life. We are not here to chase a state of constant happiness or to erase discomfort from our experience. The Buddhist path has never been about becoming emotionless. It has always been about becoming free. There is a question that has puzzled human beings for as long as there have been human beings. It is a question so simple, it can be asked by a child, and so deep that philosophers and sages have spent lifetimes exploring it. The question is this: why do we suffer, even when we know better? Take a moment to let that question settle. You have read the books, you have heard the advice, you understand, at least intellectually, that anger rarely leads to peace. You know that worry does not prevent the future from unfolding. You understand that clinging to the past only deepens regret. And yet when someone wrongs you, resentment flares. When uncertainty appears, anxiety tightens its grip. When loss arrives, grief settles in as though it intends to stay forever. This is the great paradox of the human experience. Our minds can grasp wisdom, but our hearts do not always follow. We can repeat the teachings, quote, the insights not along in agreement, and still find ourselves overwhelmed by emotions that seem to have a life of their own. The distance between knowing and being can feel vast, like an ocean we do not know how to cross. The Buddha observed this very same predicament more than 2,500 years ago. He saw that human beings live suspended between understanding and feeling. He noticed that emotions rise and fall like waves on the surface of the sea, sometimes gentle and soothing, sometimes violent and overwhelming. And rather than turning away from this inner turbulence, he turned toward it. He did not approach the heart through abstract philosophy or complicated theories. Instead, he dedicated his life to direct observation of the human mind, watching carefully how emotions arise, how they linger, and how they pass away. What he discovered was both simple and revolutionary. Our emotions are not random. They do not appear without cause. They follow patterns. And because they have causes, they can be understood. Because they follow patterns, they can be transformed. This is the beginning of wisdom. Not the denial of emotion, but the understanding of it. Not the suppression of feeling, but the recognition of where feeling comes from. When we understand our emotions, we no longer have to be ruled by them. To begin this understanding, we must first become familiar with the landscape of the heart. In the Buddhist view, emotions are often described as falling into two broad families. This is not a moral judgment. The Buddha was not interested in labeling emotions as good or bad, sinful or virtuous. His concern was always practical. What leads to suffering, what leads to peace, what helps us live with clarity, kindness, and freedom. The first family includes the emotions that tend to disturb our inner balance. Grief is one of them. The heavy cloak we wear after losing someone or something dear. Anger belongs here too. The burning energy that arises when we feel threatened or treated unfairly. Fear lives in this family along with anxiety, dread, despair, resentment, jealousy, and the dull weight of depression. These emotions share something important in common. They contract us. They narrow our world. When fear is present, we pull away from life. When anger takes hold, we close our hearts to others. When grief is not understood, it can freeze us in place, making it difficult to move forward into the life that still remains. The second family of emotions does the opposite. These emotions expand us. They nourish the heart and give us strength. Compassion is one of them, the natural movement of the heart toward suffering. Love belongs here along with gratitude, joy, inspiration, and contentment. These emotions widen our perspective. They connect us to life rather than separating us from it. And among these nourishing emotions, there is one that is often overlooked, perhaps the most important of all: peace. We rarely think of peace as an emotion. We tend to think of it as an absence. The absence of conflict, the absence of noise, the absence of disturbance. Peace in this view is simply what remains after everything difficult has been removed. But this understanding misses something essential. In the Buddhist tradition, peace is not merely what remains when turmoil fades. It is a living force. It is something you feel in your body, something that rises quietly from within and gives you the strength to meet whatever comes next. It is not emptiness, it is fullness, not fragility, but resilience. Think for a moment of someone you have known or perhaps only observed who embodied deep peace. Maybe it was a grandparent who remained calm amid family chaos. Maybe it was a teacher who never seemed rattled no matter how challenging the situation. Maybe it was someone who faced illness, loss, or hardship with a quiet dignity that you could not quite explain. When you were in the presence of such a person, did their peace feel like an absence, or did it feel like something tangible, something that radiated outward and touched you without a word? This is the peace the Buddha spoke of, a peace that does not depend on circumstances, a peace that arises from a deep harmony with the way things are, a peace that empowers rather than withdraws. This is the peace we will be exploring together, not as a distant ideal, but as a present possibility. Not something to achieve someday, but something to recognize and cultivate here and now. So let us begin gently. Take another slow breath. Feel the weight of your body supported by the surface beneath you. Notice that you are breathing, that you are alive, that awareness is already present. The journey has begun. There is a quiet frustration many people carry but rarely speak about. It sounds like this: I know better, so why do I still feel this way? We know that anger does not bring peace, yet anger arises. We know that worrying does not prevent loss, yet the mind keeps circling the same anxious thoughts. We understand on some level that clinging to what has already passed only deepens sorrow, yet we cling all the same. This gap between knowing and living is one of the most painful aspects of being human. It can leave us feeling confused and even ashamed. We ask ourselves why wisdom seems to work for others but not for us. We wonder what is wrong with us that we cannot simply apply what we already understand. The Buddha noticed this very same tension. He observed that human beings often mistake intellectual understanding for transformation. We believe that if we can explain something clearly enough, if we can name it and analyze it, then it should no longer trouble us. But the heart does not move at the same pace as the thinking mind. Insight alone is rarely enough to change how we feel. The Buddha did not dismiss thinking or understanding. He valued clarity of mind deeply, but he also saw its limits. He saw that suffering does not arise because we lack information. It arises because of habits, patterns, and conditions that operate beneath conscious thought. Our emotions are not persuaded by arguments. They respond to something deeper. To understand this, it helps to notice how emotions actually appear. Most of the time, they do not arrive with warning. One moment we are relatively at ease, and the next moment a familiar tightness forms in the chest. A heat rises, a heaviness settles, an old story begins to replay itself in the mind. Before we realize what has happened, we are inside the emotion, seeing the world through its lens. Anger does not usually announce itself by saying, "I'm angry and I have arrived." It appears as a justification, a sense of rightness, a story about what should not have happened. Fear often disguises itself as responsibility or foresight. It claims to be protecting us, preparing us, keeping us safe. Grief arrives quietly, sometimes disguised as numbness, sometimes as exhaustion, sometimes as a sense that color has drained from the world. Because emotions arrive this way, we tend to identify with them completely. When anger is present, we do not think anger is arising. We think, "I am angry." When fear arises, we do not say fear is here. We say, "I am afraid." The emotion becomes who we are in that moment. This identification is what gives emotions their power. The Buddha observed that when we merge with an emotion, when we become it rather than observe it, we lose perspective. The emotion takes the center seat and awareness is pushed into the background. We are no longer responding to life as it is. We are reacting through a filter colored by fear, anger, or sorrow. This is why knowing better does not automatically free us. The knowing lives in the head. The reaction lives in the body and the heart. The two do not always speak the same language. The Buddha's great contribution was to shift the focus from what we think to what we experience. Instead of asking, "What should I believe?" he asked, "What is actually happening right now?" Instead of trying to correct emotions with ideas, he encouraged people to observe emotions directly as living processes. Through careful observation, he discovered something remarkable. Emotions do not arise fully formed, they build. They begin as subtle sensations, fleeting thoughts, small bodily reactions. A tightening in the stomach, a quickening of the breath, a remembered image, a single phrase repeating in the mind. If these early signals go unnoticed, they gather momentum. Thoughts feed sensations. Sensations fuel more thoughts. Before long, a full emotional state has taken hold. What began as something small now feels overwhelming and solid. But here is the key insight. If emotions build, they can also be interrupted. If they arise from conditions, those conditions can be understood. And if they can be understood, they can be met with wisdom rather than confusion. This does not mean emotions should be controlled or eliminated. The Buddha was clear that emotions are part of human life. They are not mistakes, they are responses. The problem is not that emotions arise. The problem is that we relate to them blindly, without awareness. Imagine driving a car without a dashboard, no speedometer, no fuel gauge, no warning lights. You might drive for a while without trouble, but eventually something would go wrong and you would have no idea why. Awareness is like that dashboard for the inner world. It does not stop the car from moving, but it helps you understand what is happening as you go. The Buddha taught that awareness is the bridge between knowing and being. It is what allows understanding to become lived experience. Without awareness, wisdom remains abstract. With awareness, it becomes embodied. This is why the path does not begin with changing emotions. It begins with seeing them, not judging them, not fixing them, simply recognizing them as they arise. There is a simple phrase attributed to the Buddha that captures this practice beautifully. Know that you are angry when you are angry. Know that you are afraid when you are afraid. Know that you are happy when you are happy. This may sound almost too simple, but its simplicity is deceptive. To know an emotion as an emotion, rather than as an identity or a command, creates a subtle but profound shift. The emotion is still there, but there is now a little space around it. In that space, something new becomes possible. We are no longer trapped inside the emotion, we are aware of it. This awareness does not make difficult emotions disappear instantly, but it changes our relationship with them. We stop being swept away so completely. We begin to notice patterns. We start to recognize familiar visitors before they take over the house of the heart. And this is where freedom begins. Not in the absence of emotion, but in the presence of awareness. In the next part of our journey, we will look more closely at how emotions shape our inner world and how they naturally fall into two broad families. One family leads toward contraction and suffering. The other leads toward expansion and peace. Understanding this distinction will help us recognize which forces are at work within us at any given moment. For now, simply rest with this first insight. You are not failing because you still feel difficult emotions. You are human. The work is not to become someone who never feels, but to become someone who can feel without being lost. Take a gentle breath. Let this understanding settle quietly, without effort. As the Buddha continued to observe the movements of the human heart, he began to notice a simple but deeply practical pattern. Emotions, though countless in their forms, seem to gather naturally into two broad families. This was not a rigid classification, and it was not meant as a moral judgment. It was a way of understanding how different emotional states affect our lives. The Buddha was never interested in declaring certain emotions sinful or virtuous. His concern was always grounded in lived experience. He asked a very direct question: what leads to suffering and what leads to peace? When we look at emotions through this lens, their nature becomes much clearer. The first family consists of emotions that lead toward contraction. These are the states that narrow our world and make us feel smaller. Grief belongs to this family. It wraps around the heart after loss, heavy and dense, pulling our attention inward. Anger also lives here. It arises with heat and intensity, often accompanied by the belief that something should not be the way it is. Fear is part of this family too, along with anxiety, dread, resentment, jealousy, and despair. When these emotions are present, life tends to shrink. Fear pulls us away from uncertainty and risk. Anger closes us off from others. Resentment keeps us trapped in the past. Depression dulls our capacity to feel interest or hope. These emotions do not simply hurt, they limit. They reduce our ability to respond to life with flexibility and creativity. This does not mean they are wrong or unnecessary. Each of these emotions evolved for a reason. Fear once kept our ancestors alive. Anger can signal boundaries that have been crossed. Grief honors what has been lost. The problem arises when these emotions dominate our inner world without awareness. When they become the primary lens through which we see everything, suffering deepens. The second family of emotions has a very different effect. These emotions lead toward expansion. They widen the heart and connect us more fully with life. Love belongs here along with compassion, gratitude, joy, inspiration, and contentment. When these emotions arise, our sense of separation softens. We feel more open, more generous, more alive. Compassion moves us toward others rather than away from them. Gratitude shifts our attention from what is lacking to what is present. Joy brings lightness and ease. Contentment allows us to rest in what is without constantly reaching for something else. These emotions do not make life perfect, but they make it workable. They give us the strength to meet difficulty without being overwhelmed by it. Among this second family, there is one emotion that is often misunderstood or overlooked entirely. It is peace. Most of us think of peace as the absence of disturbance. We imagine that if anger, fear, and sorrow could somehow be removed, what would remain is peace. But the Buddha saw something more subtle and more powerful. Peace is not merely what is left when trouble fades. It is an active, living presence. Peace, in this deeper sense, is something you feel in the body. It is a softness in the chest, a steadiness in the breath, a sense of being grounded and supported. It is not fragile. It does not collapse the moment something difficult appears. Instead, it provides the space in which difficulty can be met without panic. Think again of someone you have known who carried this kind of peace. Perhaps they lived through hardship without becoming bitter. Perhaps they listened without rushing to fix or judge. Perhaps they remained calm in situations that unsettled everyone else. Their peace was not indifference. It was not withdrawal. It was a quiet strength. When you were near such a person, you may have noticed something subtle happening within yourself. Your own breathing slowed. Your own thoughts settled. You felt safer, more at ease, without fully knowing why. This is because peace is contagious. Like tension, it radiates outward. It shapes the emotional atmosphere around it. The Buddha described this quality of peace as something that does not depend on circumstances. It does not require life to go a certain way. It arises from a deep alignment with reality, as it is including its uncertainty and impermanence. This is why it can remain present even in the midst of difficulty. Understanding this helps us see that the path is not about eliminating the first family of emotions and clinging desperately to the second. It is about changing our relationship with all emotions. Difficult emotions will still arise, this is unavoidable, but when peace is present, they do not have to take over completely. Peace creates room. Room to feel grief without being crushed by it. Room to feel fear without being paralyzed. room to feel anger without acting destructively. It does not block these emotions, it holds them. This is an important distinction. Many people believe that spiritual practice is about becoming calm by pushing difficult feelings away. The Buddha taught the opposite. True peace comes not from resistance, but from understanding. It comes from seeing clearly how emotions work and learning to meet them without being lost. This is why the path begins with awareness. Before we can cultivate nourishing emotions, we must first recognize what is already present. Before we can strengthen peace, we must notice when it is absent. Awareness is the doorway through which all transformation enters. As we move forward, we will begin to explore how awareness works in daily life. We will see how emotions are shaped by attention, environment, and habit. We will look closely at why certain emotional states feel so compelling and how we can begin to loosen their grip. For now, let this distinction between the two families of emotion settle gently. You do not need to analyze your feelings or categorize them perfectly. Simply notice from time to time whether an emotion feels contracting or expanding. Notice whether it narrows your world or opens it. This simple noticing is already a form of wisdom. Take a slow breath. Feel the steadiness beneath you. And when you are ready, we will continue our journey into the heart, guided by story observation and quiet understanding. And so we begin to see something important. The problem is not that emotions arise. The problem is not that we feel anger, fear, or grief. The problem is that we often do not recognize what kind of forces are moving within us. When we are unaware, emotions pull us inward without permission. They narrow our vision. They tighten the heart. And before we know it, we are living inside a feeling, rather than simply experiencing it. But awareness changes this relationship. When we begin to notice our emotions as they arise, a quiet space opens. In that space, we can start to see patterns. We can begin to recognize that not all emotions move us in the same direction. Some emotions contract the heart, others expand it. Some lead us toward suffering, others lead us toward peace. But understanding this difference is not about judging ourselves. It is about learning how the heart works. And this brings us, naturally, to the next step on our journey. To look more closely at the different kinds of emotions that visit us. To understand which ones drain our energy and which ones nourish it. And to discover an unexpected truth about one emotion we rarely think about at all: the emotion of peace. When we hear the word peace, most of us imagine something missing. We imagine silence after noise has stopped, calm after conflict has ended, relief after trouble has passed. Peace, in this view, is what remains when life finally stops demanding anything from us. But this understanding of peace is incomplete. It sees peace as fragile, conditional, and temporary. If peace only exists when everything is going well, then it is always at risk. One harsh word, one unexpected loss, one turn of events, and peace disappears. The Buddha understood peace in a very different way. In the Buddhist tradition, peace is not merely the absence of disturbance. It is a presence. It is something active, something alive, something that can be felt directly in the body and the heart. It is not the result of life becoming easy. It is the capacity to remain steady even when life is not. This is why peace is often misunderstood. It does not announce itself loudly. It does not demand attention. It does not thrill or excite. Instead, it settles quietly like warm light spreading through a room at dawn. You may not notice it at first, but once it is present, everything feels different. Think again of someone you have known who embodied this kind of peace. Not someone who avoided difficulty, but someone who could face difficulty without being shattered by it. Perhaps it was a grandparent who had lived through war loss or hardship, yet carried a gentle steadiness. Perhaps it was a teacher who remained calm even when others were agitated. Perhaps it was someone who faced illness or grief and still met the world with kindness. When you were near such a person, what did you feel? It was not emptiness. It was not detachment. It was not coldness. It was something warm, grounding, and reassuring. Their presence alone seemed to slow the room down. Conversations softened, tension eased. Without saying a word, they communicated safety. This is because peace is contagious. Just as agitation spreads from one person to another, so does calm. Human beings are deeply attuned to one another's emotional states. We sense tone, rhythm, posture, and breath long before we consciously register meaning. A peaceful heart sends out a signal, and other hearts respond. The Buddha recognized this and spoke often of peace as a strength rather than a weakness. He saw that the most stable people were not those who controlled everything around them, but those who were no longer at war with what was happening inside them. This kind of peace does not mean the absence of emotion. A peaceful person still feels sadness, still experiences fear, still knows disappointment. The difference is not in what they feel, but in how they relate to what they feel. Peace allows emotion without collapse. When sadness arises, it is held rather than resisted. When fear appears, it is noticed rather than obeyed. When anger flickers, it is felt without being fed. Because of this, emotions move through a peaceful heart more freely. They do not get stuck. They do not harden into long-lasting states. They arise, they pass, and the heart remains intact. The Buddha described this quality of peace with a phrase that has echoed across centuries: the peace that surpasses understanding. This peace cannot be explained fully in words because it does not come from reasoning. It is not a conclusion reached by the mind. It is an experience rooted deeper than thought. It arises from acceptance, from clarity, from seeing things as they are without demanding they be different. This is why peace does not depend on circumstances. It does not require success, comfort, or certainty. It can exist in the middle of chaos, loss, or confusion, not as denial, but as stability. Imagine a deep lake. On the surface, the water may be stirred by wind. Waves rise and fall. Storms pass through. But far below the surface, the water remains still. The deeper you go, the calmer it becomes. Peace is like the depth of that lake. Emotions move across the surface of our lives, sometimes gently, sometimes violently. But when we are connected to something deeper, those movements no longer define us completely. Most of us live near the surface of the lake. We are carried up and down by every emotional wave. When things go well, we rise with excitement. When things go poorly, we sink into despair. Peace invites us to live deeper. This depth is not something we must create. It is already there. The Buddha did not teach peace as an achievement. He taught it as something to be uncovered. When we stop fighting our experience, when we stop trying to control every feeling, something naturally settles. Peace appears when resistance softens. This does not mean passivity. It does not mean giving up or becoming indifferent. It means responding rather than reacting. Acting from clarity rather than compulsion. Meeting life with steadiness rather than panic. The Buddha saw that peace is not opposed to engagement. In fact, it makes engagement more skillful. A peaceful heart can listen without defensiveness. It can act without hatred. It can care without being consumed. This is why peace is not the end of the path. It is the foundation. From peace, wisdom grows. From peace, compassion flows. From peace, right action becomes possible. As we continue our journey, we will begin to see how this peace can be cultivated. Not by forcing calm, but by understanding how our inner world is shaped. We will explore how emotions are influenced by habit, environment, and attention. And we will discover why suffering often feels urgent while joy quietly goes unnoticed. For now, simply allow this idea to rest within you. Peace is not something you must chase. It is not something you must earn. It is something that becomes available when understanding deepens and resistance loosens. Take a slow breath. Feel the steadiness beneath you. Notice that in this moment, nothing is required. And in that simplicity, there is already a trace of peace. There is a kind of peace that cannot be explained by circumstances. It is not the peace of a life where everything has gone according to plan. It is not the calm that comes only when problems have been solved and uncertainty has been removed. This peace can exist even when life is difficult. This is why the Buddha's teaching on peace has always been so surprising. It does not ask us to wait until the world becomes safe. It points us towards something deeper, something that can hold us even when the world remains uncertain. Peace, in this sense, is not a mood. It is not a temporary feeling that appears and disappears depending on what happens next. It is a stability of heart, a rootedness. A quiet inner ground that does not vanish when the surface of life becomes rough. And when a person lives from this kind of peace, it does something remarkable. It spreads. You may have noticed how easily agitation moves through a room. One anxious person can make everyone tense. One angry voice can ignite conflict. One restless mind can disturb the calm of many. This happens because human beings are deeply sensitive to one another. We absorb the emotional atmosphere around us without realizing it. The same is true of peace. A peaceful heart has an influence. It changes the temperature of a room. It softens a conversation. It slows the pace of breath. It reminds others without words that it is possible to remain steady. This is why the Buddha did not speak of peace as an escape from life. He spoke of it as a power, a living force, something you feel in your bones, something that makes you capable of holding grief without drowning, capable of meeting fear without collapsing, capable of facing conflict without becoming a mirror of the conflict. This is the peace we are truly seeking. Not the peace that depends on everything being perfect, but the peace that remains even when nothing is perfect. And how do we begin to understand it? Sometimes the best way is not through explanation, but through story. Let us step quietly now into the life of those who dedicate themselves to observing the heart. In a monastery nestled in the countryside, there lived a teacher who had spent many years studying the inner world. People from the towns and villages around the monastery would often call seeking guidance. The phone would ring at all hours, and whoever was available would answer. Over the years, the teacher noticed something simple, something almost obvious and yet deeply revealing. When the phone rang, it was almost never good news. A trembling voice would say, "My husband has left me." Another would whisper, "My mother is sick and I don't know what to do." Someone would confess, "I lost my job. I feel like a failure." Another would admit, "I'm so anxious I can't sleep." And again, the same human themes would return: loss, fear, betrayal, loneliness, despair. The teacher would listen with care. He would offer what comfort he could. He would speak gently, not with grand philosophy, but with simple truth. And then he would return to his practice until the next call came. But here is what struck him. In all those years, in all those thousands of calls, almost no one ever rang to share their joy. Think about that for a moment. Almost no one called to say, "I just wanted to tell you that life is going wonderfully." No one picked up the phone to announce, "I'm so happy I had to share it." No one called in the middle of the night to say, "I can't sleep because I'm overwhelmed with gratitude." It simply did not happen. This was not because the callers were unusual. They were ordinary people, living ordinary lives. Many of them likely had good things alongside their difficulties. Moments of love, reasons for gratitude, small blessings that quietly supported their days. But those things did not feel urgent. They did not compel a call. Only suffering felt urgent, and this pattern reveals something important about how the human mind is structured. It shows us where our attention naturally goes. We are drawn toward what is wrong. We fixate on what is painful. We pay more attention to threats than to blessings. This is not necessarily a flaw in character. It may have been useful for our ancestors. In a dangerous world, those who noticed threats quickly were more likely to survive. But we do not live in that world anymore, at least not most of us most of the time. And yet the mind still scans for danger. It rehearses worst-case scenarios. It searches for problems. It focuses on what is missing and overlooks what is present. This is how suffering is reinforced, not only by the difficult events of life, but by the habit of attention. We become experts at noticing what hurts and beginners at noticing what heals. The Buddha spoke of this habit in a simple and powerful teaching. Whatever a person frequently thinks and ponders upon, that will become the inclination of their mind. If we frequently think of grievances, the mind inclines toward resentment. If we frequently think of fears, the mind inclines toward anxiety. If we frequently think of gratitude, the mind inclines toward joy. This is not magic. It is training. It is practice. And most of us, without realizing it, have been practicing the difficult emotions far more than the nourishing ones. This is why peace matters so deeply. Because peace is not only something we feel, it is something we cultivate. It is something we practice by where we place attention, by how we meet, what arises by what we feed and what we release. In the next story, we'll begin to explore this more closely. We will look at how emotions are shaped, not just by what happens, but by the atmosphere around us, by tone, rhythm, environment, and how easily the heart can be pulled into excitement, fear, or urgency without our consent. But for now, let this observation settle softly. Notice how often suffering feels urgent. Notice how quietly joy can pass unnoticed. And notice that awareness of this pattern is already the beginning of freedom. Take a slow breath. Feel your body resting. And when you are ready, we will continue guided by another story, one that reveals the architecture of emotion with surprising clarity. Tot. And so, we begin to notice something subtle, yet deeply important. Suffering does not only come from what happens to us, it is shaped by where our attention naturally goes. Pain calls out loudly. Fear demands to be heard. Loss insists on our focus, while joy often whispers. Gratitude passes quietly. Peace waits patiently, unnoticed unless we turn toward it. The mind left on its own is drawn again and again to what feels urgent, to what is wrong, to what threatens, disturbs, or hurts. And over time, this habit of attention becomes a way of living. We train ourselves to notice suffering more quickly than peace. We become fluent in worry and unfamiliar with contentment. This is not because we are broken. It is because we are human. But once this pattern is seen, it can be understood. And once it is understood, it can begin to change. To see this more clearly, let us turn now to a simple observation. An observation made by a teacher who spent years listening to the hearts of others. An observation that reveals how deeply our attention is shaped by suffering and how rarely we pause to notice when things are quietly, gently going well. In a quiet monastery, nestled in the countryside, there lived a teacher who had spent many years studying the human heart. The monastery was not large or grand. It was a simple place surrounded by trees and open sky, a place where silence was respected and life moved at a gentler pace. People from the surrounding towns and villages knew of this place. They knew that if they were suffering, if they felt lost or overwhelmed, someone there would listen. And so, over the years, the phone rang often. It rang early in the morning. It rang late at night. It rang during meals and in the stillness before dawn. Whoever was nearby would answer. Sometimes it was a young monk, sometimes an older one. Sometimes it was the teacher himself. The voices on the other end of the line carried the weight of human pain. "My husband has left me," one voice said, thin and shaking. "My mother is very ill and I don't know how to face it," another whispered. "I lost my job. I feel like I've failed at everything," someone confessed. "I'm so anxious I can't sleep," came another call, heavy with exhaustion. "Someone I trusted betrayed me. I feel completely alone." Call after call, year after year, the stories were different, but the feeling beneath them was the same. Fear, loss, confusion, grief, loneliness. The teacher listened carefully. He did not rush to give advice. He did not offer clever explanations or quick solutions. He listened, spoke gently, and offered what comfort he could. Sometimes that comfort was a few simple words. Sometimes it was a reminder to breathe. Sometimes it was just the quiet presence of being heard. Then when the call ended, he returned to his practice. Until the phone rang again. Over time, something began to stand out to him. It was not dramatic at first. It was simply a pattern that became clearer the longer he paid attention. In all those years, in all those countless calls, almost no one ever called to share their happiness. No one phoned to say, "I just wanted to let you know that life is going beautifully." No one called in the middle of the night to say, "I can't sleep because I am filled with gratitude." No one reached out simply to share a moment of quiet joy. It was always the suffering that reached for the phone. This was not because the callers lived unusually tragic lives. They were ordinary people, living ordinary human lives. Many of them surely had good moments alongside the difficult ones. They loved and were loved. They laughed sometimes. They experienced small successes, gentle pleasures, fleeting peace. But those moments did not feel urgent. They did not demand attention. They did not feel like something that needed to be shared. Only pain felt urgent. The teacher did not judge this. He did not think people were ungrateful or flawed. He simply observed. And what he observed revealed something essential about the human mind. We are wired to notice what hurts Our attention is drawn naturally toward problems, threats, and losses. When something goes wrong, it demands our focus. When something feels dangerous or uncertain, the mind circles it again and again. This tendency is ancient. It once kept our ancestors alive. Those who noticed danger quickly were more likely to survive. But the world has changed. Most of us, most of the time, are not facing immediate physical danger. Our basic needs are largely met, and yet the mind continues to scan for trouble, as if disaster is always just around the corner. We replay conversations, we imagine worst-case scenarios, we focus on what is missing rather than what is present. And because attention shapes experience, this habit has consequences. If most of our attention goes to what is painful, difficult emotions naturally dominate our inner world. If we repeatedly dwell on what is wrong, the heart begins to feel as though life itself is wrong. Not because it truly is, but because that is what we have trained ourselves to see. The Buddha spoke directly to this pattern. He observed that whatever a person frequently thinks and reflects upon becomes the inclination of their mind. This is not a moral statement. It is a description of how the mind learns. If we think often about grievances, the mind inclines toward resentment. If we think often about fear, the mind inclines toward anxiety. If we think often about loss, the mind inclines toward sorrow. This is not something we choose consciously. It happens gradually, quietly, through repetition. Most of us have spent years practicing the difficult emotions without realizing it. We have rehearsed worry, we have replayed old hurts, we have returned again and again to the same painful stories, reinforcing their hold on us. And so suffering feels familiar, it feels natural, it feels real and immediate. Peace, by contrast, often feels subtle. It does not shout, it does not demand attention, it does not call the phone in the middle of the night, it waits. The teacher understood this. He saw that the problem was not that people suffered. Suffering is part of life. The deeper issue was that people did not notice when suffering was absent. They did not train themselves to recognize moments of ease, contentment, or quiet well-being. Those moments passed unnoticed, like gentle clouds drifting across the sky. And because they went unnoticed, they did not take root. This insight did not lead the teacher to despair, it led him to compassion. He saw that people were not choosing misery. They were following habits of attention shaped long before they ever had a chance to question them. And he saw something else as well. If attention can be trained toward suffering, it can also be trained toward peace. This realization sits at the heart of the Buddhist path. It does not deny pain. It does not pretend life is easy. It simply recognizes that where we place our attention matters deeply. As we continue, we will begin to explore how emotions are constructed moment by moment, shaped by environment, rhythm, words, and influence. We will see how easily the heart can be pulled into urgency, excitement, or fear without our awareness. But for now, let this story rest with you. Notice how suffering often feels louder than joy. Notice how problems demand attention while peace waits quietly. And notice that the simple act of seeing this pattern is already a step toward freedom. Take a slow breath. Feel your body resting. And when you are ready, we will continue. As the teacher reflected on those countless phone calls, another understanding quietly took shape. It was not only that people reached out in moments of pain. It was that pain itself had trained their attention. Over time, suffering had become the most familiar language of the heart. This is how the human mind learns. Whatever we return to again and again begins to feel important. Whatever feels important begins to feel real. And whatever feels real begins to shape our emotional world. The Buddha spoke of this with remarkable simplicity. He said that whatever a person frequently thinks and reflects upon becomes the inclination of their mind. This is not a metaphor. It is a description of a process. Attention is like water. It flows in the direction it has traveled before. The more often it moves a certain way, the deeper the channel becomes. When attention is repeatedly drawn to fear, fear grows familiar. When it is repeatedly drawn to loss, loss becomes central. When it is repeatedly drawn to resentment, resentment hardens into a habit. Most of this happens quietly. We rarely decide consciously to dwell on what hurts. The mind does it automatically. It believes it is protecting us by staying alert, by anticipating danger, by reviewing what went wrong so it does not happen again. In this way, suffering often disguises itself as responsibility or intelligence, but there is a cost. When the mind is trained primarily on what is wrong, it begins to overlook what is right. Moments of ease pass unnoticed. Small kindnesses fade into the background. Quiet contentment does not register as meaningful because it does not demand attention. It does not feel urgent. This is why peace can seem distant even when it is present. It is not absent, it is simply subtle. The teacher saw this pattern clearly in the people who called the monastery. Their suffering was real. Their pain deserved care. But alongside that pain, there were often unacknowledged supports. People who still loved them. Bodies that still breathed. Moments, however brief, when the mind was not consumed by distress. These moments rarely became the focus of attention. They passed like shadows at the edge of awareness. The Buddha did not suggest that people should ignore suffering or pretend it does not exist. He was deeply compassionate toward pain. But he also understood that suffering multiplies when it becomes the only thing we know how to see. There is a difference between experiencing pain and marinating in it. Pain arises naturally in response to loss, disappointment, or fear. It is clean, direct, and often brief. Suffering, however, grows when the mind returns to the pain again and again, replaying stories, imagining outcomes, clinging to what cannot be changed. The teacher realized that many people were suffering not only because life had hurt them, but because their attention had learned no other resting place. Pain had become home. And yet this realization carried hope. If attention can be trained toward suffering, it can also be trained toward peace. This is not a matter of forcing positivity or denying reality. It is a matter of balance. It is learning to notice what is present alongside what is painful. It is remembering that even in difficult times, not everything is broken. The Buddha taught that the mind is trainable, not through willpower, but through gentle, repeated awareness. Each time we notice where attention is gone, we create the possibility of choice. Each time we choose to rest attention somewhere different, even briefly, we begin to carve a new channel. This is why awareness is so central to the path. Awareness interrupts habit. It allows us to see what the mind is doing, rather than being carried along by it. When we see that attention has settled on a painful story, we can acknowledge it without judgment. And in that acknowledgement, a small space opens. In that space, we may notice something else. Perhaps the body is still breathing steadily. Perhaps the room is quiet and safe. Perhaps there is a small sense of relief simply in being heard or understood. These moments do not erase pain, but they soften it. They remind us that suffering is not the whole story. The teacher did not try to convince callers to be grateful or optimistic. He knew that advice like that often feels hollow in the midst of distress. Instead, he listened, and through listening, he offered something different. He offered presence. Presence does not argue with pain. It does not rush to fix it. It simply creates a space where the heart can settle even slightly. And when the heart settles, attention naturally widens. This widening is the beginning of healing. Over time, the teacher saw that people who learned to notice even brief moments of ease began to suffer less. Not because their lives became easier, but because their inner world became more spacious. They were no longer trapped in a single emotional room. They discovered windows. This is the invitation of the path. Not to escape suffering, but to relate to it differently. Not to deny pain, but to hold it within a larger awareness that includes peace as well. As we move forward, we will begin to explore how emotions are shaped not only by thought, but by environment, rhythm, and influence. We will see how easily feelings can be constructed without our consent, and how awareness allows us to step back and choose more wisely. For now, let this understanding rest gently within you. Notice where your attention tends to go. Notice what feels urgent and what feels quiet. And remember that attention is not fixed. It can learn new ways of resting. Take a slow breath, let your body settle, and trust that even small moments of awareness are already changing the landscape of the heart. And so we come to see something gently, without force. Suffering does not stay alive on its own. It is kept alive by attention. What the mind returns to, it strengthens. What it strengthens, it begins to believe. And what it believes, it lives inside. This does not mean we are choosing suffering. It means we have learned, often unconsciously, where to place our awareness. But learning can be undone. Habits of attention can soften, and new ways of seeing can quietly emerge. To understand how this happens, we must look more closely at the way emotions are built. Not just from thoughts, but from sound, rhythm, environment, and influence. So let us continue and begin to explore how emotions are constructed, moment by moment, often without our noticing, and how awareness allows us to step back from the machinery of feeling. There is a moment that many of us have experienced, though we may not have recognized it at the time. One moment we are calm. The next, without warning, we feel anxious, irritated, or unsettled. It can feel as though an emotion has arrived from nowhere, as if something outside us has suddenly taken control. But the Buddha observed something very different. He saw that emotions do not simply appear. They are built. They arise from conditions. They follow patterns. They are shaped moment by influences that often escape our notice. This understanding is quietly revolutionary. Because if emotions are constructed, they can be understood. And if they can be understood, our relationship with them can change. To see this more clearly, let us begin somewhere familiar. Think of the last time you watched a film that truly moved you. Perhaps it filled you with suspense. Perhaps it stirred sadness or joy. Perhaps it left you tense, your heart racing, your breath shallow. And yet you knew the story was not real. You were watching light projected onto a screen. Actors performing roles, images stitched together, and still your body responded as if it were real. How did that happen? Filmmakers understand something about the human nervous system that we rarely think about in daily life. They know that emotion is not created by story alone. It is created by atmosphere. First, there is sound. Music enters the body before thought. A slow rhythm can calm the breath. A pulsing beat can accelerate the heart. Low tones can evoke unease. Rising melodies can lift the chest and open the heart. Long before we interpret meaning, the body is already responding. Then there is silence. A sudden absence of sound can be just as powerful. Silence stretches attention. It creates anticipation. It makes the nervous system alert, waiting for what comes next. There is also light. Darkness contracts. Shadows suggest uncertainty. Dim lighting makes us strain to see, triggering something ancient in us. Brightness expands, warm colors soothe, clear light reassures, and then there's pacing. Fast cuts, quick dialogue, and relentless motion create urgency. Slow scenes, gentle movement, and steady rhythm invite calm. All of this happens without our conscious permission. We do not decide to feel afraid when the music turns ominous. We do not choose to feel tender when the strings swell. The emotion arrives fully formed, and only afterward does the mind catch up. This is the architecture of emotion. The Buddha understood that what happens in a cinema also happens in life. Our emotional states are constantly being shaped by sound, rhythm, environment, and interaction. The tone of a conversation, the pace of speech, the expressions on faces around us, the spaces we move through, the information we consume. None of this is neutral. Consider how you feel after watching the evening news. Images of conflict and disaster, urgent voices, dramatic music beneath each story. The body tightens, the mind grows alert. Fear and anxiety arise not because danger is present, but because danger is being simulated. Consider the music you listen to. Songs of longing repeated again and again can deepen sadness. Songs of anger can prime the heart for conflict. Songs of gentleness can soften the body and slow the breath. Consider the people you spend time with. Some conversations leave you tense, drained, or agitated. Others leave you calm, open, and nourished. This is not coincidence. Emotional states are contagious. We absorb the rhythms and moods of those around us. The Buddha spoke of this in his teaching on association. He taught that companionship matters not only because of ideas exchanged, but because of the emotional atmosphere shared. Walk with the wise, he said, and your heart will incline toward steadiness. This is not about judgment, it is about understanding. We are not weak for being influenced, we are human. Our nervous systems evolved to read subtle cues in the environment. Tone, posture, rhythm, and expression once kept us safe. Today, those same sensitivities shape our emotions in ways we rarely notice. Most of the time, we live inside this architecture without awareness. Emotions rise and we believe they are simply who we are. We say, I'm anxious or I'm angry, without asking what conditions have made that state arise. But awareness changes everything. When we begin to notice the conditions that shape our emotions, we reclaim a measure of freedom. Not the freedom to control how we feel, but the freedom to understand why we feel what we feel. This understanding is gentle. It does not blame. It does not demand change. It simply observes. The Buddha did not teach suppression. He did not teach indulgence. He taught investigation. He invited us to look closely at experience and see how it is assembled. As we continue, we will explore this architecture through story. We will see how excitement can be manufactured in a room, how fear can arise without threat, and how calm can be offered without words. For now, let this idea settle. Emotions are not random, They are built, and awareness is the beginning of seeing the blueprint. Take a slow breath. Feel the rhythm of your body. Notice the space around you, and remember you are not separate from the architecture of emotion. You are learning to see it. Once we begin to see that emotions are built from conditions, a quiet shift takes place. What once felt mysterious starts to feel intelligible. What once felt overpowering begins to feel workable. This is not because emotions become weaker, but because understanding creates space. To deepen this understanding, let us look at a moment where emotional architecture becomes especially visible. There was once a community searching for land to establish a retreat center. After months of looking, they found a beautiful property, quiet, surrounded by trees with a small stream running through it. It felt like the right place. But the land was being sold at auction, and they would have to compete with others. One member of the community, a man who had practiced meditation for many years, attended the auction. He arrived early and took a seat near the back of the room. People filled in around him. Businessmen in suits, families dreaming of a country home, investors calculating numbers in their heads. At first the room was calm, quiet, neutral. Then the auctioneer stepped forward. He began slowly, almost casually, describing the property in measured tones. He spoke of its beauty, its rarity, its potential. He paused, often letting his words sink in. Then he named an opening price high enough to make people hesitate. No one moved. So he lowered the price, then lowered it again. Finally, someone raised a paddle. And in that moment, everything changed. The auctioneer's voice quickened. His posture shifted. He leaned forward, eyes bright. His words began to tumble faster. "We have an opening bid. Who will join in? This is an opportunity you don't want to miss." Hands began to rise. The energy in the room shifted palpably. People leaned forward in their chairs. Hearts beat faster. The pace of speech increased. Excitement spread like a current. The meditator noticed something happening inside himself. His own heart rate was rising. A sense of urgency appeared. The desire to bid grew stronger, even though he had arrived with a clear budget and a calm intention. Nothing about the land had changed. What had changed was the atmosphere. The auctioneer was not simply selling property. He was constructing emotion. Through speed, tone, movement, and urgency, he was building excitement where none had existed moments before, and the room responded. The meditator took a breath. He noticed the pull. He recognized the architecture at work. When the bidding exceeded what the community could afford, he stopped. Others did not. The property sold for far more than many had planned to spend. People left the room surprised, some exhilarated, some uneasy. Walking to his car, the meditator reflected on what he had witnessed. How easily emotion could be manufactured, how quickly people could be swept into feelings they had not chosen, and how rarely anyone noticed what was happening. This scene is not unique to auctions. The same dynamics play out constantly in daily life, though usually more subtly. Consider a heated conversation. One person speaks quickly, urgently. Their voice rises, their body tightens. The other person's nervous system responds. Breath shortens, muscles tense. Emotion escalates not because of the words alone, but because of the rhythm and tone carrying them. Consider social media. Images scroll rapidly. Headlines provoke outrage or fear. Attention is pulled again and again toward what shocks or disturbs. The nervous system remains activated, primed for reaction. Consider the spaces we inhabit. Crowded, noisy environments compress attention. Quiet, open spaces allow the body to settle. This is not preference, it is physiology. The Buddha understood this deeply. He saw that emotion is not only psychological, it is embodied. It lives in breath, posture, heartbeat, and muscle tone. And because of this, emotion can arise without thought. This is why we sometimes feel anxious without knowing why. The body has responded to conditions before the mind has formed a story. Understanding this changes how we work with emotions. Instead of asking only, "What am I thinking?" we can also ask, "What am I sensing? What is the pace around me? What is the tone of the voices I am hearing? What rhythms am I absorbing?" This is not about controlling the environment. It is about noticing influence. The Buddha did not teach withdrawal from life. He taught awareness within life. He showed that by seeing how emotions are constructed, we are no longer completely inside them. We can step back, even slightly, and observe. An observation brings choice. When we notice that urgency is being generated by speed, we can slow our breath. When we notice that fear is being amplified by imagery, we can ground ourselves in the present moment. When we notice that agitation is spreading through a room, we can choose to remain steady. This steadiness is not resistance, it is understanding. The meditator at the auction did not suppress excitement, he noticed it. And because he noticed it, it did not control him. This is the promise of awareness. We cannot stop emotions from arising. They are part of being human, but we can learn to recognize their architecture. We can see how they are built, and in seeing, we are no longer completely carried by them. As we continue, we will explore stories that reveal how calm can be offered without words, how stillness can soothe agitation, and how awareness can interrupt emotional momentum before it becomes overwhelming. For now, let this understanding settle quietly. Notice the rhythms around you. Notice the tones you are absorbing. And remember, emotions are not enemies. They are constructions, and constructions can be understood. Take a slow breath, feel your body resting, and allow this awareness to deepen. And so, we begin to see the quiet machinery at work. Emotions do not simply happen to us. They are shaped, assembled, and set in motion by conditions we rarely notice. Sound and silence, speed and stillness, presence and absence. When these forces remain unseen, we are carried along by them. But when they are noticed, something new becomes possible. Awareness creates a pause. And in that pause, there is choice. To understand this even more deeply, we must now look at what happens when stillness itself becomes an offering. When one calm heart enters a restless space and changes the entire atmosphere without saying a word. Let us continue. There is a kind of help that does not come from advice, a kind of comfort that does not arrive through words, a form of support that is offered simply by how someone is. The Buddha understood this deeply. He saw that when emotions are running high, when fear or grief or panic has taken hold, words often arrive too late. The nervous system is already overwhelmed. The mind is already spinning. What reaches such a state most directly is not explanation, but presence. Stillness speaks to stillness. Let us step into a quiet monastery nestled among gentle hills. It is early morning. The monks have gathered for their simple meal. Bowls rest on the table. Steam rises softly. The air is calm. Sunlight filters through the windows. The room is held in silence, broken only by the faint sound of spoons touching wood. Among the monks, sits an elder. He has practiced meditation for many years. There is nothing remarkable about his appearance. His robe is worn. His movements are slow and unhurried. But there is something about him that people feel immediately when they sit near him. The body relaxes, the breath slows, the mind settles. This is not something he tries to do. It is simply the result of long familiarity with stillness. On this morning, the door opens suddenly. A woman enters. Her face is tight with distress. Her breath is shallow and fast. She has received difficult news that has shaken her deeply, and she does not know where else to go. Her words come out in a rush. "Something terrible has happened," she says. "I don't know what to do. I don't know how to bear this." The younger monks look up startled. They feel the urgency in her voice. They feel their own hearts begin to race. Instinctively, they glance toward the elder, expecting him to rise immediately, to speak, to do something. But the elder does something unexpected. He remains where he is. He does not turn away. He does not ignore her. He simply takes a slow breath and continues eating unhurried, fully present. His face holds no coldness, only calm. At first this seems strange, almost wrong. Should he not respond? Should he not offer comfort right away? But something subtle begins to happen. The woman's voice, which had been tight and frantic, begins to soften. Her breathing slows. The urgency in her body eases, not because her problem has been solved, but because she has entered a field of stillness. The room itself seems to hold her. After a few minutes, when her hands are no longer trembling, the elder gently sets down his spoon. He looks at her with kind, steady eyes. "Come," he says softly, "sit with me. Tell me what has happened." And she does. Now her words come more slowly. Now they can be heard. The storm inside her has gentled enough for real listening to take place. What happened in that room? The elder did not rush to fix her pain. He did not match her urgency with urgency of his own. He understood something essential about emotional architecture. When distress meets more distress, it grows. When agitation meets agitation, it amplifies. But when agitation meets stillness, something else becomes possible. The nervous system entrains. Breath mirrors breath. Pace responds to pace. Without effort, without instruction, the woman's body began to regulate itself in the presence of calm. This is the quiet power of stillness. The Buddha spoke of this quality as equanimity. It is not indifference. It is not withdrawal. It is the capacity to remain steady in the presence of difficulty without being pulled off center. Equanimity does not turn away from suffering. It does not deny pain. It simply refuses to add more turbulence to what is already turbulent. Think of a mountain. Storms pass over it. Clouds gather. Rain falls. Winds howl. But the mountain does not chase the clouds or resist the rain. It remains where it is, solid, present, unmoved at its core. This is the quality the elder embodied. He did not absorb the woman's panic. He did not become frightened because she was frightened, and because of this, he could truly help her. Many of us believe that to be compassionate, we must feel everything another person feels. We think that if we are not equally distressed, we are somehow failing them. But the Buddha taught something different. True compassion does not mean drowning with someone who is drowning. It means being a steady presence they can hold on to. When we meet distress with our own anxiety, we add fuel to the fire. When we meet it with stillness, we offer water. This is not always easy. Our own nervous systems respond automatically. When someone we love is upset, our hearts tighten. Our breath shortens. We feel the urge to act, to fix, to speak quickly. But awareness gives us another option. If we can notice our own reactions as they arise, we can choose not to amplify them. We can slow our breath. We can soften our posture. We can become an island of calm in someone else's storm. This does not require special words or techniques. It requires only presence. The elder did not plan his response. He did not think, "I will now demonstrate equanimity." He simply lived from a place that had been cultivated over many years. And this cultivation is available to all of us. Each time we practice being present with our own difficult emotions without reacting, we strengthen this capacity. Each time we sit with discomfort without rushing to escape it, we train the heart to remain steady. Over time, stillness becomes familiar. And when stillness is familiar, it becomes something we naturally offer to others. As we continue, we will explore how this quiet strength can transform not only our inner world, but our relationships. We will see how easily emotions can be transmitted and how calm can spread just as readily as fear. For now, let this image rest with you. A room, a distressed heart, a steady presence. And notice that sometimes the most powerful help we can offer is simply to be at peace ourselves. Take a slow breath. Feel the ground beneath you. And when you are ready, we will continue. The woman stayed with the elder monk for a long while that morning. She spoke of what had happened, of the shock that had ripped through her day, of the fear and sorrow that now seemed to live in her chest. The elder did not interrupt her. He did not rush her story toward a conclusion. He listened with his whole body with the same steadiness he had offered from the very beginning. Nothing miraculous happened. The problem was not solved. The loss was still real. And yet when the woman eventually rose to leave, something had changed. Her shoulders were lower. Her breath was deeper. She was still carrying pain, but she was no longer being crushed by it. She bowed before leaving, not in gratitude for an answer, but in gratitude for something quieter. She had been met, fully, calmly, without being hurried. This is what equanimity offers. The Buddha described equanimity as one of the four sublime states of the heart, alongside loving kindness, compassion, and joy. It is often misunderstood, seen as emotional distance or detachment. But equanimity is not the absence of feeling. It is the presence of balance. It is the ability to feel deeply without being swept away. When equanimity is present, emotions still arise. Sadness comes, fear visits, anger flickers, but these emotions are held in a larger space. They do not dominate the heart completely. They are allowed to move through, rather than take over. The elder monk did not avoid the woman's suffering. He did not turn away from it. He simply refused to let it pull him into panic. And because he remained steady, the woman's own nervous system found something to settle against. We often underestimate how powerful this is. In daily life, privately and publicly, many of us are surrounded by urgency. Phones vibrate, voices hurry, news alarms the senses. Everything pushes us toward reaction. In such an environment, equanimity becomes rare. And because it is rare, it becomes precious. Think of the last time you were with someone who truly listened to you. Not someone who was waiting for their turn to speak. Not someone who was secretly distracted, but someone who was fully there. How did your body respond? Often without realizing it, the breath deepens, the chest softens, thoughts slow, even difficult feelings become easier to hold. This is equanimity at work, quietly, restoring balance. The Buddha taught that equanimity is cultivated first within ourselves. Before we can offer steadiness to others, we must learn to remain steady with our own experience. This is where practice begins. When a difficult emotion arises in you, notice the impulse to react. Notice the urge to fix, escape, or suppress what you are feeling. These impulses are natural. They come from a desire to avoid pain, but they often create more turbulence. Equanimity asks for something different. It asks us to pause, to breathe, to let the emotion be present without immediately acting on it. This does not mean doing nothing forever. It means allowing clarity to return before we decide what to do. It means letting the waters settle before we try to see the bottom. At first, this pause may last only a few seconds, but even a brief pause can change everything. It interrupts the automatic cycle of reaction. It creates a small space in which wisdom can appear. The Buddha compared this to holding a bowl of water. If you keep shaking it, the water remains cloudy. If you set it down and allow it to rest, the sediment settles naturally. The water becomes clear again, not because you forced it to change, but because you stopped disturbing it. Equanimity is the act of setting the bowl down. When we practice this with our own emotions, something unexpected happens. We discover that feelings are less permanent than they seem. What felt overwhelming begins to soften when it is not being fed by reaction. This discovery builds confidence. We begin to trust that we can be present with difficulty without being destroyed by it. And from this trust, a quiet strength grows. This strength is not loud. It does not announce itself, but it is felt. And once it is felt, it becomes something we naturally bring into our relationships. When someone else is distressed, we no longer need to rush in with solutions. We can listen, we can breathe, we can allow our own body to remain grounded, and in doing so, we offer the same gift the elder monk offered: space. This does not mean we never act. It means that when we do act, we do so from clarity rather than panic. Our words become kinder. Our actions become more skillful. Our presence becomes a refuge rather than another source of agitation. The Buddha knew that the world would always contain suffering. His teachings were not about creating a life without difficulty. They were about creating hearts that could meet difficulty without breaking. Equanimity is central to this. It is the still center around which all other qualities revolve. Without it, compassion becomes overwhelming. Love becomes attachment. Joy becomes excitement that fades quickly. With equanimity, compassion remains sustainable. Love becomes spacious. Joy becomes steady. As you reflect on this, consider your own life. Notice moments when you have matched someone else's agitation and felt the situation escalate. And notice moments, however small, when you remained calm and sensed something ease. These moments are teachers. They show you what is possible. They reveal that peace is not passive. It is active, relational, and deeply supportive. As we move forward, we will begin to explore another subtle influence on emotional life: the power of social expectation, and how easily feelings can be shaped by what others believe we should feel. For now, let this teaching settle. You do not have to fix everything. You do not have to carry every emotion that comes near you. Sometimes your greatest gift is simply your steadiness. Take a slow breath. Feel your body supported, and trust that the calm you cultivate within yourself becomes a quiet shelter for others. And so we begin to understand something quietly profound. Peace is not only something we feel within ourselves, it is something we offer to others, often without a single word.
Stillness can calm a restless heart. Presence can soften a storm. Equanimity can become a refuge in a world that rarely slows down. But there is another force that shapes our emotional lives just as powerfully. Not silence but voices, not stillness but expectation. Sometimes emotions do not arise because of what had happened, but because of what we are told we should feel. To understand this, we turn now to a story that reveals how easily emotion can be shaped by social scripts, and how suffering can be created, even when peace was already present. There is a subtle way suffering enters the heart, one that does not come from loss or fear or pain itself. It comes from expectation, from the quiet, often unspoken messages about how we are supposed to feel in certain moments. The Buddha understood that emotions do not arise only from events. They also arise from interpretation, from stories we have learned about what is appropriate, acceptable, or expected. And these stories can be powerful enough to shape our inner world without our consent. Let us step into a simple human moment. A woman had cared for her husband through a long illness. Day after day, month after month, she had sat by his side, holding his hand, speaking softly, tending to his needs. She had watched his strength fade. She had said the things that needed to be said. She had grieved slowly and honestly while he was still alive. When he finally passed away peacefully in his sleep, she felt something unexpected. She felt calm. There was sadness, yes, a quiet ache. But there was also relief, completion, a sense that nothing had been left undone. She did not feel shattered. She did not feel lost. Her heart was heavy, but it was not broken. This surprised her. She wondered if something was wrong with her. Should she be crying more? Should she feel devastated? She pushed the questions aside and focused on the practical things that needed to be done. The day of the funeral arrived. Family gathered from far away. The house filled with voices, embraces, and the solemn rituals that accompany loss. The woman moved through it all with steady grace, feeling sadness but also steadiness. Then a cousin approached her. The cousin opened her arms wide and pulled the widow into a tight embrace. Her voice was thick with sympathy. "Oh, you poor thing," she said. "How terrible this must be for you. I cannot imagine what you are going through. How are you holding up? Something shifted." Until that moment, the widow had been standing on solid ground. But the cousin's words carried a message, subtle but powerful. "This is devastating. You should be falling apart. This is unbearable." The widow felt tears rise. Her chest tightened. The grief she had already processed surged back to the surface. Not because it needed to, but because it was expected. She began to cry. A son watching nearby understood what had happened. His mother had not suddenly become overwhelmed by grief. She had been given a script, a story about how she was supposed to feel, and her body responded. This is the power of social conditioning. From a very young age, we learn emotional rules. We learn when sadness is appropriate and when it is not. We learn how much joy is acceptable. We learn what grief is supposed to look like. These lessons are not taught formally. They are absorbed through observation, repetition, and subtle reinforcement. At funerals, we are taught to weep.
At weddings, we are taught to smile. In moments of success, we are taught to celebrate loudly. In moments of composure, we are sometimes taught to feel ashamed. These expectations become internalized. They become voices inside us, and often we follow them without question. The Buddha saw this clearly. He observed that much of human suffering comes not from what happens, but from how we are told to understand what happens. We feel not only our own emotions, but the emotions we believe we are supposed to feel. This creates confusion. We may feel peace when peace is not expected. We may feel relief when relief seems inappropriate. We may feel calm when others believe we should be distraught. And when our inner experience does not match the social script, we often distrust ourselves. We think something must be wrong with me. The widow's peace was real. It was earned through months of honest presence and care. But the cousin's words cast doubt on that peace. They suggested that calm was unacceptable, that suffering was required. And so, suffering appeared. This does not mean the cousin was cruel. Her intentions were kind. She was offering sympathy in the way she had been taught. But intention does not erase impact. This is one of the most delicate truths on the path of awareness. We are influenced not only by what others do to us, but by what they believe about how we should feel. The Buddha did not suggest we rebel against social customs or reject human rituals. He understood their place, but he encouraged discernment. He invited people to look inward and ask a simple, honest question: what is actually true in my heart right now? Not what should be true. Not what is expected, but what is real. This question takes courage. It asks us to trust our own experience even when it does not match the script. It asks us to honor the truth of our heart rather than performing an emotion for others. When we do not ask this question, we risk living emotionally on autopilot. We feel what we are told to feel. We grieve when grief is expected. We celebrate when celebration is demanded. And sometimes we suffer simply because suffering is assumed. The Buddha saw that freedom does not come from eliminating emotion. It comes from seeing clearly, from recognizing when emotion is arising naturally and when it is being imposed by expectation. As we continue, we will explore how awareness allows us to step out of these scripts. We will see how to honor genuine feeling without being trapped by borrowed emotion. And we will discover how this clarity opens the door to a quieter, more authentic peace. For now, let this story rest with you. Notice moments when your feelings shift in response to others' expectations. Notice when peace feels inappropriate or joy feels restrained. And remember that your heart does not need permission to feel what it truly feels. Take a slow breath, feel your body grounded, and trust that honesty with your own experience is the beginning of freedom. After the funeral, when the house had grown quiet again, the widow sat alone in the early evening light. The voices had faded. The embraces were over. The expectations had gone home with the guests. And in that stillness, she noticed something gently returning. Peace, not happiness, not relief from loss, but a steady, grounded calm. The same calm she had felt in the days after her husband's passing. The same calm that had been shaken but not destroyed by the weight of others' expectations. She saw then what had happened. Her grief had not come from within. It had been invited from outside. This realization did not make her angry. It made her clear. She understood that emotions can be genuine and still be influenced. They can be real and yet borrowed. And once she saw this, something loosened in her heart. The Buddha taught that clarity itself is liberating. When we see how something is formed, we are no longer completely inside it. We gain a small but vital distance, a space in which choice becomes possible. This is especially true with socially conditioned emotions. From childhood onward, we learn emotional performances. We learn what faces to wear, what tones to adopt, what reactions are rewarded, and which are quietly discouraged. Over time, these lessons sink deep into the nervous system. They become automatic. We smile when we are praised, even if we feel uneasy. We laugh when others expect laughter. We grieve loudly when grief is expected, even if something in us is already at rest. None of this makes us dishonest. It makes us human. But the Buddha invited a deeper honesty, not rebellion, but awareness. He taught that freedom begins when we can tell the difference between what we feel and what we are performing. This difference is subtle. A genuine emotion has a living quality. It moves, it breathes, it shifts naturally over time. A performed emotion feels heavier, more rigid. It requires effort to maintain. It does not change easily because it is being held in place by expectation. When the widow cried at the funeral, her tears were real, but they were not necessary. They did not arise from the present moment. They arose from a story about how the moment should be. Seeing this did not invalidate her tears. It simply freed her from carrying them longer than she needed to. This is one of the quiet powers of mindfulness. It allows us to ask again and again a gentle question: what is actually happening right now? Not what happened yesterday, not what others believe should be happening, but what is true in this moment. The Buddha taught that suffering multiplies when we confuse a memory, expectation, and reality. We feel what we felt before, we feel what we are told to feel, and we forget to check in with what is actually here. This confusion is especially strong in moments of transition loss, success, illness, change. These are the times when social scripts are loudest. People tell us how hard something must be, or how joyful it should feel. And in their certainty, we often lose touch with our own. But awareness restores that touch. When we pause and notice, we may discover that our experience is simpler than expected, quieter, less dramatic, and that simplicity can feel almost suspicious in a world that expects intensity. The Buddha did not teach that calm is superior to grief or that peace is better than sorrow. He taught something more subtle. He taught that truth is superior to performance. Whatever is truly present deserves respect. If grief is present, let it be there. If peace is present, let it be there. If feelings are mixed, let them be mixed. Freedom comes not from choosing the right emotion, but from allowing the real one. This clarity also changes how we relate to others. When we see how easily emotions can be imposed, we become more careful with our words. We learn not to tell others how they must feel. We listen more. We ask fewer leading questions. We leave space. Instead of saying, "This must be so hard for you," we might say, "How is this for you right now?" Instead of assuming suffering, we allow experience to speak for itself. This is a profound form of compassion. It respects the inner wisdom of another person. It trusts that they know at some level what is true for them. The widow carried this understanding forward. In the months that followed, she noticed moments when others tried to place emotions on her, expecting sadness, expecting loneliness, expecting despair. And each time she gently checked inward. Sometimes she felt sorrow, sometimes she felt gratitude, sometimes she felt quiet joy. And she allowed each feeling to come and go without apology. This is the fruit of awareness, not emotional numbness, but emotional authenticity. a life no longer governed by borrowed feelings. As we continue on this path, we will see how deeply emotion is shaped not only by expectation, but by imagination. How the mind can create fear, suffering, and distress around events that have not even happened. For now, let this teaching rest with you. Notice when your feelings shift around others. Notice when emotion feels effortful rather than alive, and remember that your heart is allowed to tell its own truth. Take a slow breath, feel your body settle, and trust that clarity again and again leads toward peace. And so we begin to see how easily emotion can be shaped, not only by what happens, but by what we believe should happen.
Words carry expectations. Expectations create stories, and stories quietly instruct the heart how to respond. But there is another force, even more subtle, that shapes our emotional world. Not the voices of others, but the voice of our own mind. The stories we tell ourselves, the images we replay, the futures we imagine. To understand this, we now turn toward one of the most powerful creators of suffering, fear born from imagination.
There is a strange quality to fear. Unlike grief, which usually arises from something that has already happened, fear often arises from something that has not. It is built from possibility, from uncertainty, from images the mind creates about what might occur. The Buddha observed that much of human suffering comes not from the present moment, but from imagined futures. We live through events that have not yet arrived, feeling their weight in our bodies as if they were already real. Fear begins quietly. A thought appears, a question forms, a simple what if? What if something goes wrong? What if I lose what I love? What if I fail? What if I am not safe? In the beginning, the thought is light. It has no more substance than a passing cloud. But if the mind lingers, if it begins to elaborate, something changes. The imagination gets to work. It fills in details. It builds scenes. It creates outcomes. And soon, the body responds. The heart races. The stomach tightens. The breath becomes shallow. The body does not know the difference between what is imagined and what is real. It responds to the story as if it were happening now. And so we suffer in advance. The Buddha saw this clearly. He taught that fear grows in the space between desire and uncertainty. We want things to go a certain way. We want safety, control, reassurance. And when the future does not offer guarantees, the mind tries to protect us by imagining threats. But this protection often becomes the problem. To understand this more clearly, let us step into a simple story. In a forest monastery, there lived a young monk who had recently begun his training. He was sincere, diligent, and eager to practice. During the day, he felt calm and confident. The forest was beautiful in the sunlight. The trees stood tall and welcoming. Birds sang. The air was alive with gentle movement. But at night, something changed. The forest grew dark. Shadows stretched. Sounds became unfamiliar. Branches creaked in the wind. Leaves rustled without visible cause. The young monk remembered the stories he had heard since childhood, stories of spirits, of unseen presences, of danger lurking among the trees. During the day, these stories felt distant and harmless. At night, they returned with force. One evening, the monastery held a long meditation that would last until dawn. All the monks gathered in the hall. Candles flickered softly. The air was still. As the hours passed, the young monk felt an urgent need to step outside and walk to a small building behind the hall. He hesitated. To reach it, he would have to cross a short path through the darkness of the forest.
The stories rose in his mind. His heart began to pound. He told himself there was nothing to fear. He reminded himself that the forest was the same forest he had walked through countless times during the day. But reason did not calm his body. Finally, he gathered his courage and stepped outside. The night air was cool. Moonlight filtered through the branches. He walked quickly, trying not to look into the shadows. He reached the small building and went inside, his heart still racing. Then he heard something. Footsteps, soft, slow, approaching. His body froze. The imagination ignited. Something is coming. His breath caught. Then at the door, he heard a sound that made his blood run cold. A scratching, gentle, persistent, unmistakable. The young monk pressed himself against the wall. He hardly dared to breathe. His mind raced through every frightening story he had ever heard. Spirits, creatures, dangers unnamed. He was certain something terrible waited just outside. The scratching continued for hours. He did not leave the building until morning. When dawn finally came, light flooded the forest. Birds sang. The trees looked peaceful again. Exhausted and shaken, the young monk told the older monks what had happened. Something was there, he said. It scratched at the door all night. An elder monk listened quietly, then smiled gently. He walked with the young monk to the back of the building. In the soft earth, they saw small footprints, and nearby in a patch of sunlight sat a small forest animal. Gentle, curious, harmless. She comes every night, the elder explained. There is water inside, and she comes to drink. The young monk looked at the small creature so ordinary in the morning light and felt something shift inside him. All night he had suffered. His fear had been intense and real, and yet nothing threatening had been present. The danger had existed only in his imagination. This story is not about forest animals. It is about the mind. The young monk heard a sound, that was all. But his mind filled the silence with stories. His imagination transformed uncertainty into terror.
He lived through hours of suffering created entirely from thought. How often do we do the same? We hear a tone in someone's voice and imagine rejection. We notice a symptom in the body and imagine illness. We face uncertainty at work and imagine failure. The future becomes vivid, detailed, terrifying, and the present moment disappears. The Buddha taught that fear diminishes when we return to what is actually happening now. Not what might happen, not what could happen, but what is happening. The young monk was safe all along. The present moment held no danger. But his attention had left the present and wandered into imagination. This is the nature of fear. It pulls us out of now and into stories. As we continue, we will explore how to work with this tendency, how to recognize when the mind is creating fear rather than responding to reality, and how awareness brings us back to solid ground. For now, let this story rest with you. Notice when fear is about the future rather than the present. Notice when the body reacts before anything has actually occurred, and remember that imagination is powerful, but awareness is steadier. Take a slow breath, feel your feet where they are, and trust that this moment, right now, is often safer than the mind believes. When the young monk saw the small forest creature in the morning light, something more than fear dissolved. A layer of misunderstanding fell away. He realized that the terror he had endured through the night had not been caused by what was there, but by what his mind had created.
This realization stayed with him long after that morning. The Buddha taught that fear feeds on imagination, and imagination feeds on distance from the present moment. When attention leaves what is actually happening and moves into what might happen, the mind begins to generate stories. These stories feel convincing because they are vivid. They feel urgent because the body responds as if they were real. But imagination is not reality. This does not mean the mind is foolish or broken. The imagination evolved to help us anticipate danger and prepare for challenges. The problem arises when imagination runs without awareness, when it is no longer guided by what is happening now, but by what could happen later. The young monk began to notice this pattern in himself. During meditation, a sound would arise, a bird call, a branch moving in the wind. If he stayed with the sound itself, it passed. But if his attention drifted, if he began to wonder what made the sound, fear could appear. Sound plus story became fear. Sound alone was just sound. This is a powerful insight. Fear is rarely caused by raw sensation. It is caused by interpretation layered on top of sensation. A tightness in the chest becomes a sign of danger. A thought becomes a prediction. A possibility becomes a certainty. The Buddha invited his students to examine this process closely. He taught them to distinguish between direct experience and the stories built around it. When we learn to separate these, fear loses much of its grip. Consider your own experience. When anxiety arises, there is often a bodily sensation. First, a flutter in the stomach, a tightening in the throat, a quickening of the breath. These sensations are uncomfortable, but they are manageable. The suffering intensifies when the mind begins to explain them. Oh, something is wrong. This is dangerous. I won't be able to handle this. These explanations turn sensation into shred. The Buddha taught a simple but profound practice. Return to what is actually present. Feel the sensation without adding a story. Notice the breath without predicting the future. Stay with the body rather than following the imagination. This does not eliminate uncertainty. It changes our relationship with it. Uncertainty becomes something we can be with, rather than something we must escape. The young monk practiced this. When night came again, fear still arose. The forest was still dark. The sounds were still unfamiliar. But now when a noise appeared, he noticed his response. He felt the tightening. He noticed the urge to imagine. And instead of following the story, he returned to his breath. This was not heroic, it was gentle. He did not force fear away. He allowed it to be present without letting it take him into the future. Slowly, something changed. Fear still came, but it did not last as long. It rose, peaked, and faded. The body learned that it did not need to remain on high alert. The mind learned that not every uncertainty required a story. This is how fear loses power, not through suppression, but through understanding. The Buddha described this as seeing things as they truly are. When we see clearly, fear no longer has fertile ground. It cannot grow without imagination to feed it. This practice extends far beyond forest monasteries. We fear conversations that have not happened. We fear outcomes that are not yet known. We fear judgments that may never come. And we carry these fears in our bodies day after day, exhausting ourselves with events that exist only in thought. Returning to the present is not denial, it is honesty. Right now, what is actually happening right now, what can be felt, heard, or seen right now, is there immediate danger? Often the answer is no. The Buddha
did not promise a life without uncertainty. He taught something more useful. He taught that we do not need to live inside imagined disasters. We can meet life one moment at a time, responding to what is real, rather than rehearsing what is not. This does not mean we never plan or prepare. It means we do not confuse planning with suffering. Preparation can happen calmly. Suffering happens when imagination convinces us that the future has already arrived. The young monk eventually laughed about that night. Not with shame, but with understanding. He saw how convincing fear can be and how quickly it dissolves when light, both literal and metaphorical, returns. Light in this case was awareness. Awareness is the dawn that reveals what is actually there. As we continue, we will explore how awareness not only dissolves fear, but also helps us catch difficult emotions at their earliest stages before they grow into something larger and harder to contain. For now, let this teaching rest with you. Notice when fear is built from stories rather than facts. Notice when the body is reacting to an imagined future. And gently again and again return to now. Take a slow breath. Feel where you are. Let the present moment hold you. And remember that most dangers dissolve when they are truly seen.
And so the night in the forest teaches something gentle. Fear can feel real even when it is made only of stories.
When we return to what is actually here, the imagined danger begins to dissolve. Not because life becomes certain, but because the mind becomes clear.
Now we turn to something even more practical, to the earliest moment an emotion begins. The first spark, small, quick, easy to miss, that can grow into suffering if we do not see it in time. Let us continue. In a quiet monastery nestled among gentle hills, there lived an elder monk who was known not for his eloquence but for his presence. He did not speak often, and when he did, his words were simple and unadorned. He did not offer long teachings or clever explanations. And yet people were drawn to him in ways they could not easily explain. When you sat near him, something subtle began to happen. Your breathing slowed without effort. Your shoulders softened. The restless movement of the mind began almost imperceptibly to settle. It was as though his stillness created a space in which other hearts could finally rest. One morning, the monks gathered in the hall for their simple meal. The atmosphere was quiet and unhurried. Sunlight filtered through wooden windows, resting gently on the floor. Birdsong drifted in from the surrounding trees. Bowls were lifted. Spoons moved slowly. No one spoke. Then the door opened. A woman entered, her face drawn tight with distress. Her movements were hurried, almost frantic, as though she had been running, not only with her feet, but with her heart. She had received devastating news that morning. Someone dear to her had fallen gravely ill, and fear and sorrow churned inside her, tangled and raw. She did not know where else to go. As soon as she stepped into the hall, the calm of the room collided with the storm she carried. Her breath was shallow, her hands trembled as she spoke. "Something terrible has happened," she said, her voice breaking. "I don't know what to do. I don't know how to bear this." The younger monks looked up, startled by the sudden intensity of her pain. They felt the weight of it immediately, yet they did not know how to respond. Some leaned forward, ready to speak, to comfort, to offer advice. Their eyes moved instinctively toward the elder monk, expecting him to rise at once to say something wise, to intervene. But he did not. The elder monk remained where he was, He took a slow, unhurried breath. He lifted his spoon and continued eating calmly and attentively. At first, this seemed strange, almost unsettling. Was he not listening? Did he not care? The woman stood there, caught between her urgency and the stillness of the room, her words hanging in the air unanswered. And yet something unexpected began to happen. As the moments passed, the woman's breathing started to change, not because anyone told her to calm down, not because her situation had improved, but because the environment around her did not reflect her panic. No one rushed toward her. No one mirrored her fear. No one added urgency to her urgency. The elder monk's calm presence became a kind of anchor in the room. Slowly, her shoulders dropped. Her hands stopped shaking. The frantic energy that had driven her through the door began to soften. The storm inside her did not disappear, but it lost its sharp edges. After a few minutes, the elder monk gently placed his spoon down. He lifted his eyes and met hers, not with distance or indifference, but with warmth. "Come," he said softly. "Sit." She did. Only then did he invite her to speak, and this time her words came more slowly, more clearly. She could hear herself as she spoke. He listened without interruption, without judgment, without any attempt to fix what could not yet be fixed. What the elder monk understood, what years of practice had quietly taught him, was something simple and profound. When someone is drowning in emotion, adding more movement only deepens the chaos. If he had rushed toward her with worry in his voice, with hurried questions and frantic reassurance, his agitation would have merged with hers. The room would have filled with fear instead of holding it. Instead, he offered something else. He offered stillness. This was not avoidance. It was not coldness or detachment. It was a form of deep compassion. He did not deny her pain. He did not turn away from her suffering, but he refused to let his own heart be pulled into the storm. And in that refusal, in that grounded calm, her own nervous system found permission to settle. This is something we are rarely taught. When someone we love is suffering, our instinct is often to rush in, to fix, to soothe, to solve. We speak quickly. We offer solutions too soon. We panic alongside them. But sometimes the most healing thing we can offer is not advice, not reassurance, and not action. Sometimes the greatest gift is our own steadiness. The Buddha called this quality equanimity. Equanimity is not indifference, and it is not emotional distance. It is the capacity to remain present with difficulty without being swept away by it. It is a strength to stay grounded while waves crash around us, like a mountain that does not move even as storms pass across its peak. The elder monk had cultivated this quality over many years, not by suppressing emotion, but by learning to meet emotion without fear. Each time agitation arose in him, he practiced not feeding it. Each time fear appeared, he returned to his breath. Each time sorrow visited, he allowed it space without letting it take control. Slowly, patiently, stillness became his home. And because it was real, because it was embodied, it could be shared. This is the quiet truth of emotional life. Our inner state does not remain contained within us. It radiates. Agitation spreads, fear spreads, but so does calm, so does peace, so does steadiness. We do not need to teach it or explain it. We simply need to live it. The woman left the monastery later that day. Her situation had not changed. The uncertainty remained. The fear had not vanished. But she carried something new with her, a felt memory of calm, a sense of steadiness in the body, a reminder that even in the midst of pain, Another way of being is possible. And that memory stayed with her long after the words were forgotten. What happened in that quiet hall was not extraordinary, and that is precisely why it matters. No miracle occurred. No problem was solved on the spot. And yet something essential shifted. The woman's pain was still real, but it was no longer alone. It was being held in a larger space, a space shaped by calm rather than urgency. This is the quiet power of equanimity. Equanimity, as the Buddha taught it, is not the absence of feeling. It is not emotional numbness or spiritual distance. It is the capacity to remain balanced in the presence of strong experience, to feel deeply without losing one's center, to stay open without being overwhelmed. It is a kind of inner steadiness that does not depend on circumstances going well. We often misunderstand compassion as doing something, saying something, fixing something. But compassion has another face, one that is less visible, but often more transformative. It is the willingness to remain present without adding extra weight to another person's suffering. It is the courage to let silence do its work. The elder monk understood this intuitively. He knew that fear feeds on fear, that agitation multiplies when mirrored, and that urgency invites more urgency. If he had matched the woman's distress with his own, the room would have filled with panic. Instead, he offered a counterweight. His stillness did not dismiss her pain. It stabilized the space around it. This is why calm can be contagious. Human beings are deeply attuned to one another. Our nervous systems are not isolated. They are constantly communicating. When someone nearby is anxious, we feel it in our own bodies. Our breathing quickens, our muscles tighten. But the opposite is also true. When someone nearby is grounded and steady, our bodies begin to respond in kind. Breath slows, tension eases. The system remembers another way to be. This is not a moral achievement. It is a biological reality. We co-regulate one another all the time, usually without realizing it. The elder monk did not calm the woman by instructing her to relax. He calmed her by remaining relaxed himself. This is a skill we can all learn. Equanimity is cultivated in small, ordinary moments. Each time we notice agitation arising and choose not to feed it, we strengthen this capacity. Each time we pause before reacting, each time we take one conscious breath, instead of rushing forward, we are training the heart to remain steady. This training matters not only for our own well-being, but for the well-being of those around us. The calmer we are, the safer others feel, the more grounded we become, the more we can offer refuge without words. Think of a time when you were overwhelmed and someone simply stayed with you quietly without trying to change anything. Perhaps they sat beside you. Perhaps they listened without interrupting. Perhaps they said very little. And yet in their presence, something softened. The intensity eased. You felt less alone. That was equanimity at work. We often underestimate the power of this presence because it does not look dramatic. It does not announce itself. It does not feel productive in the usual sense. But it reaches places that advice cannot reach. The Buddha placed equanimity alongside loving kindness, compassion, and joy as one of the four sublime states. It is the balancing factor that allows the others to endure. Without equanimity, compassion can turn into overwhelm. Without equanimity, kindness can become attachment. Without equanimity, joy can become clinging. Equanimity steadies the heart so that these qualities can flow freely. The elder monk's life was shaped by this understanding. He did not cultivate calm only for his own peace. He cultivated it because he knew that the world is full of suffering and that one of the greatest gifts a person can offer is a place of rest. Not a solution, not an answer, but a refuge. This does not mean withdrawing from life. It does not mean refusing to act when action is needed. Equanimity is not passivity, it is clarity. From a calm, center-wise action becomes possible. From agitation, even well-intended action can cause harm. When the woman left the monastery, she carried more than a memory. She carried a new reference point. Her body had experienced what it felt like to be held in steadiness rather than urgency. This experience stayed with her. In moments when fear surged again, she could remember that feeling. She could breathe a little more deeply. She could respond rather than react. This is how peace spreads, quietly, indirectly, through lived experience rather than instruction. And this is something each of us can practice. We do not need to be monks or masters. We begin where we are. The next time someone comes to us in distress, we can notice our own impulse to rush. We can feel the tightening in our chest, the urge to fix, and we can pause. We can take one breath. We can allow our own body to settle before engaging. Sometimes the most helpful words are simple. Sometimes silence is enough. Sometimes being steady is the best form of care. The Buddha did not teach equanimity as an ideal to achieve. He taught it as a practice to return to again and again. We will lose it, we will be swept away, and then we will begin again. Each return strengthens the path. As we continue this journey, we will look more closely at how emotions are shaped, not only by our inner world, but by the social environments we inhabit. We will see how expectations, roles, and unspoken rules can quietly instruct us on what we are supposed to feel, often without our consent. Understanding this will open another door to freedom. For now, let this teaching settle. Let the image of the elder monk remain with you, not as something distant or unreachable, but as a reminder of what is possible in ordinary life. Stillness is not a withdrawal from compassion. It is one of its deepest expressions. Take a slow breath. Feel the steadiness beneath the breath, and rest. Knowing that peace, when cultivated within, naturally finds its way outward. And so, we begin to sense something quietly powerful. A peace is not only something we feel for ourselves, it is something we offer often without words. Our calm steadies others, our agitation unsettles them, and many times emotions do not arise from within us alone, but are awakened by the people, expectations, and roles around us. There are moments when suffering is not born from loss itself, but from what we believe we are supposed to feel. To see this clearly, we now turn to a story where grief was already at rest, until the world told someone how they should be grieving. The woman had already said goodbye long before the day of the funeral. Her husband had been ill for many months. During that time, she had sat beside his bed through quiet afternoons and sleepless nights. She had listened to his breathing change. She had held his hand when words were no longer needed. Together, they had spoken of memories of gratitude, of regrets gently released. Nothing important was left unsaid. When he finally passed in his sleep, there was sorrow, yes, a softness of loss, a tenderness in the chest. But there was also a deep sense of completion. She felt calm in a way that surprised her. Not numb, not distant, simply at peace. In the days that followed, she moved slowly through her home, arranging the ordinary details that follow. A death, flowers arrived, messages came, people expressed sympathy. Through it all, she noticed something within herself. The grief rose and fell, but it did not overwhelm her. There was space around it. She could breathe. She could rest. On the morning of the funeral, family members gathered from distant places. The house filled with voices, footsteps, the rustling of coats. Some cried openly, others spoke in hushed tones. The atmosphere carried the weight of what had been lost. She moved among them quietly, greeting each person with warmth. And then a cousin approached her. The cousin opened her arms wide, her face already shaped into an expression of deep sorrow. She held the woman tightly and said, "Oh, you poor thing, this must be unbearable. I can't imagine how devastated you must be. How are you coping?" Something shifted. Until that moment, the woman had been steady. But as the words settled, a strange sensation arose. It was as though a script had been placed in front of her, one she was now expected to follow. Her body responded before she could think. Tears welled up, her chest tightened. The calm she had been resting in began to slip away. It was not that her grief had suddenly deepened. It was that her grief had been instructed. The cousin's words, though well-intentioned, carried a powerful message. This is how you are supposed to feel, and the body, sensitive and responsive, complied. Later, her son watched this unfold with quiet clarity. He had seen his mother in the days before, how she moved, how she spoke, how she rested in acceptance. He recognized that something external had stirred her pain, not because it was necessary, but because it was expected. What happened in that moment reveals something subtle and important about emotional life. Our feelings do not arise only from inner experience. They are often shaped by social cues, by unspoken rule, by the emotional scripts we have learned over a lifetime. From an early age, we are taught how to feel. Funerals are for grief, weddings are for joy, bad news demands distress, good news requires excitement. These patterns are reinforced gently, repeatedly, until they feel natural, automatic, unquestionable. Most of the time, we do not notice this conditioning. We simply perform it. But occasionally, as in this woman's experience, the gap becomes visible. We can see how an emotion arises not because it is true to our heart, but because it is expected by the world around us. This does not mean the emotion is fake. The tears were real. The tightness in her chest was real. But their timing and intensity were influenced by something external. The Buddha spoke of this when he taught that emotions arise from conditions. Not only internal conditions, but external ones as well. Words spoken by others, facial expressions, tone of voice, cultural expectations. All of these become part of the environment in which feelings take shape. The danger is not that we feel. The danger is that we feel without choice. When we do not see these scripts, we are carried by them. We grieve because we are told to grieve. We panic because panic is mirrored back to us. We suffer because suffering is assumed. The woman did not do anything wrong. Her heart responded naturally to the emotional cue placed before it. This is how human beings are made. We are relational creatures, attuned to one another, shaped by the emotional climate we inhabit. But the Buddha's teaching offers another possibility. When we learn to see these patterns, awareness returns, and with awareness, choice becomes possible. The son later spoke gently with his mother. He did not criticize her tears. He did not tell her how she should feel. He simply listened. And as she spoke, she began to recognize what had happened. The calm returned, not because grief disappeared, but because the pressure to perform it dissolved. She realized something important. Her way of grieving did not need to match anyone else's expectations. Her heart already knew what it needed.
This is the beginning of emotional freedom. To feel honestly rather than correctly, to respond authentically rather than habitually, to honor what is true inside, even when it does not fit the script. In the next part of this story, we will explore how deeply these emotional scripts run, how they are learned, and how gently they can be unlearned. What the woman discovered that day was not a failure of strength, but a glimpse into how deeply social conditioning shapes the inner world. The tears that came were not wrong. The grief was not artificial, but it was activated, amplified, and directed by something outside her own lived experience. From the time we are very young, we learn emotional choreography. We learn not only what to feel, but when, how intensely, and for how long. These lessons are rarely taught explicitly. They are absorbed through tone of voice, facial expressions, silence, praise, and subtle correction. A child falls and looks to the adult's face before deciding whether to cry. A teenager watches how others react before deciding whether to feel proud or ashamed. An adult senses the emotional temperature of a room and adjusts accordingly. Over time, these patterns harden into scripts. They feel personal, but they are inherited. They run quietly in the background, shaping our reactions long before conscious thought has a chance to intervene. The Buddha understood this deeply. He taught that suffering does not arise from emotion itself, but from identification and unawareness. When we are unaware of the forces shaping our emotions, we believe they are inevitable. We assume they are simply who we are. But when awareness enters, something changes. Awareness loosens the script. The woman's moment of clarity did not come through analysis or effort. It came through gentle recognition. She saw that her heart had already done much of its grieving. She saw that the resurgence of pain was not a regression, but a response to expectation. And in seeing this, the pain softened. This is not about resisting emotion. It is about understanding its origins. Many people live their entire lives believing they must feel what others expect them to feel. They carry grief longer than necessary. They suppress joy when it seems inappropriate. They hide peace because it might appear insensitive. Slowly, quietly, they drift away from their own inner truth. The Buddha offered a different path. He taught that emotions arise through dependent origination, a chain of conditions. When one condition changes, the entire experience changes with it. Words spoken by others are conditions. Cultural norms are conditions. Our own beliefs about what is acceptable are conditions. And none of these are fixed. The son's gentle presence helped his mother return to herself. He did not tell her to stop crying. He did not suggest she should be calm. He simply created a space where her authentic experience could reemerge without pressure. In that space, grief found its natural rhythm again. It came and went. It no longer needed to perform. This is the gift of awareness. It does not dictate how we should feel. It gives us permission to feel what is already true. When we begin to notice emotional scripts, we gain freedom. Not freedom from emotion, but freedom within it. We can ask quietly, is this arising from my own heart or from expectation? Is this pain asking to be felt, or am I carrying it because I believe I must? These questions are not meant to judge or dismiss. They are meant to clarify. The Buddha compared this process to untangling a knot. We do not pull harder. We look more closely. We trace the strands gently until the tension releases. Emotional conditioning works the same way. It loosens when it is seen. This does not mean we withdraw from others or become indifferent to social life. It means we learn to listen inwardly, even while engaging outwardly. We learn to honor both connection and authenticity. The woman continued to grieve in her own way. There were days of sadness, there were moments of quiet peace. There were memories that brought tears and others that brought smiles. None of it needed justification. None of it needed to conform. Her heart had learned something valuable. It had learned that peace does not require permission. As we move forward, we will explore this teaching more deeply. We will look at how emotions arise through conditions, how understanding those conditions allows choice, and how this understanding becomes the foundation for freedom. For now, let this story rest with you. Notice when emotions arise in response to expectation, rather than inner truth. Notice the subtle pressure to feel a certain way. And remember that awareness is not resistance. It is an opening. When we see clearly, we suffer less. Not because life becomes easier, but because we are no longer compelled to carry what is not truly ours. Take a slow breath. Let the body settle, and allow the heart to remain exactly as it is. When we begin to see these invisible scripts, something important becomes clear. Emotions do not appear out of nowhere. They arise because certain conditions come together, words spoken, expectations held, beliefs quietly accepted. When those conditions change, the emotion changes with them. This insight leads us deeper beyond social influence toward a teaching at the very heart of Buddhist wisdom. A teaching that explains not only emotion, but all experience. To understand this, we now turn to the principle the Buddha called dependent origination. The simple truth that nothing arises alone. The Buddha used a simple phrase to describe the way all experiences arise. He called it dependent origination. At first, the words may sound abstract, but the meaning is profoundly practical. Dependent origination means that nothing appears by itself. Nothing stands alone. Everything that arises does so because certain conditions are present. When those conditions change, what arises also changes. This teaching applies to the outer world and to the inner world equally. A tree grows because there is soil, water, sunlight, and time. Remove any one of these conditions, and the tree cannot appear. In the same way, emotions arise because conditions come together. Thoughts, sensations, memories, expectations, and external influences combine to produce a particular feeling in a particular moment. We often think of emotions as fixed traits. We say, I am an anxious person, or I have a bad temper, as though these qualities are permanent features of who we are. But dependent origination reveals something very different. It shows that emotions are events, not identities. They are processes, not possessions. Consider how fear arises. There is usually a trigger. A thought appears perhaps subtle at first. A memory surfaces. A possibility is imagined. The body responds with tension, a quickening of the breath, a tightening in the chest. The mind notices these sensations and interprets them as danger. Fear is born not from a single cause, but from the meeting of many conditions. If any one of these conditions changes, the emotion changes. If the thought dissolves, fear weakens. If the body relaxes, fear loses momentum. If the interpretation shifts, fear may not arise at all. This is not theory. It is something we can observe directly in our own experience. The Buddha taught this not to give us a new philosophy, but to give us a way out of helplessness. When we believe emotions arise randomly or are imposed upon us by fate, we feel powerless. But when we see that emotions depend on conditions, a quiet sense of agency returns. We may not be able to control everything that happens, but we can begin to understand what contributes to our inner states. This understanding does not turn us into managers of emotion. It turns us into observers of patterns. We begin to notice what tends to give rise to agitation and what tends to give rise to calm. We notice which environments nourish us and which drain us. We notice which thoughts tighten the body and which allow it to soften. The Buddha compared this understanding to learning how fire behaves. Fire does not appear magically. It arises when heat, fuel, and oxygen come together. Remove the fuel and the fire goes out. Remove the oxygen and it cannot continue. In the same way, difficult emotions burn because they are fed. They are sustained by attention, repetition, and belief. This does not mean we should fight emotions or try to extinguish them forcefully. That would only add another condition to the mix, often making things worse. Instead, the practice is to see clearly what is feeding the fire and to stop adding fuel. This is where mindfulness becomes essential. Mindfulness allows us to see the chain of conditions as it unfolds. We notice the thought as a thought. We feel the sensation as sensation. We recognize the interpretation as interpretation. And in that recognition space appears, for example, a harsh word is spoken. A flash of sensation moves through the body. The mind immediately forms a judgment: I have been disrespected. Anger begins to rise. If this process happens unconsciously, the emotion takes over. Words are spoken. Actions follow. Suffering multiplies. But if mindfulness is present, something different can happen. The sensation is felt. The judgment is noticed. The urge to react is seen. The chain of dependent origination is interrupted not by force but by awareness. The anger may still be there, but it no longer controls the response. This is the power of seeing conditions. Dependent origination also explains why certain emotions seem to arise again and again. The conditions that give rise to them are often repeated. The same thought patterns return. The same environments are entered. The same beliefs are reinforced. Over time, the emotion feels familiar, even inevitable. But inevitability is an illusion created by repetition. When we change even one condition, the pattern begins to loosen. When we question a belief, choose a different environment, or respond with awareness instead of habit, the emotional outcome changes. Slowly, new patterns form. The Buddha did not teach dependent origination so that we would analyze our lives endlessly. He taught it so that we could suffer less. Understanding conditions helps us respond wisely rather than react blindly. It helps us see that peace is not something we wait for, but something we cultivate by shaping the conditions of our lives with care. As we continue, we will explore how this understanding leads naturally to practice, how observation becomes choice, how choice becomes cultivation, and how over time we begin to live as architects of our own emotional experience, not through control but through clarity. For now, let this teaching settle quietly. Notice emotions as events rather than identities. Notice the conditions that give rise to them. And remember that when conditions change, experience changes too. Take a slow breath. Feel the body sitting here. Feel the simplicity of this moment, and rest in the understanding that nothing arises alone. When we begin to see emotions as dependent on conditions, something subtle but powerful shifts inside us. We stop treating our inner life as a battlefield and begin to see it as a landscape shaped by weather, seasons, habits, and care. In this landscape, we are not helpless travelers. We are participants. The Buddha never suggested that we could simply decide what to feel. Willpower is not the tool here. Trying to control emotion directly often backfires, creating tension where ease is needed. Instead, he pointed to a wiser approach: work with the conditions that give rise to emotion, rather than wrestling with emotion itself. This is where observation turns into choice. Once we recognize that emotions depend on causes, we can begin to notice which causes are present in our own lives. We can ask gently, without judgment, what tends to bring agitation? What tends to bring calm? These questions are not meant to produce immediate answers. They are invitations to pay attention over time. Perhaps you notice that certain conversations consistently leave you tense. Perhaps certain news sources stir anxiety. Perhaps particular thoughts repeat themselves, carrying the same emotional tone each time. None of this is a personal failure. It is simply information, and information is the beginning of wisdom. The Buddha spoke of wise attention, the skill of choosing where the mind rests. When attention repeatedly settles on threat, deficiency, or resentment, the mind inclines toward fear and dissatisfaction. When attention repeatedly rests on kindness, simplicity, and presence, the mind inclines toward peace. This is not optimism, it is conditioning. Every moment of attention is a small act of cultivation. Imagine a garden. You do not need to fight weeds aggressively. You need to understand what allows them to grow. Poor soil, too much shade, lack of care, improve the conditions, and weeds lose their strength. The same is true of emotional patterns. When nourishing conditions are present, difficult emotions have less room to take hold. This does not mean we avoid all difficulty. Some conditions cannot be removed. Loss will come, pain will arise, but we can choose how much additional suffering we add by the way we meet these experiences. We can choose whether to rehearse fear or return to the present. We can choose whether to feed resentment or allow it to pass. This is what it means to become an architect of emotional life. An architect does not control the weather, but designs a structure that responds wisely to it. They consider light airflow stability. In the same way, we cannot control everything that happens in life, but we can shape the inner structures that determine how we experience what happens. Meditation is one of the primary tools for this work. In meditation, we are not trying to create special states. We are learning to observe conditions directly. We notice how a thought appears and fades. We notice how attention amplifies certain experiences and softens others. We learn through repetition that nothing is as solid as it first appears. This learning is embodied, not intellectual. Over time, the body begins to trust that emotions can move through without overwhelming us. The mind learns that it does not need to cling or resist so tightly. Space opens. The Buddha emphasized that this process is gradual. Patterns formed over years do not dissolve overnight, but each moment of awareness changes the trajectory slightly. Each wise choice alters the conditions for the next moment. This is how transformation happens, not through dramatic breakthroughs, but through steady, patient cultivation. As this understanding deepens, blame begins to fall away. We stop blaming ourselves for feeling what we feel. We stop blaming others for triggering us. Instead, we see the larger web of conditions at play. This perspective brings compassion both inward and outward. When someone else is caught in anger or fear, we may begin to see not an enemy but a person responding to conditions they do not fully see. This does not excuse harmful behavior, but it softens the heart. It allows us to respond with clarity rather than reactivity. The Buddha's teaching here is deeply hopeful. It tells us that change is always possible, not because we can force ourselves to be different, but because conditions are never fixed. New conditions can be introduced, old ones can fade. Life is always in motion. As we prepare to move forward, we will look at one of the most common and powerful emotional patterns that arise from unexamined conditions: anger. We will see how it ignites, how it spreads, and how it can be met wisely before it consumes the heart. For now, let this teaching rest. Notice the conditions shaping your own experience. Notice where attention goes. Notice what is being fed. And remember that even small shifts matter. Take a slow breath. Feel the body here, supported breathing. The conditions of this moment are simple. Let them be enough. When we understand that emotions arise from conditions, we begin to see why some feelings return again and again. They are not signs of failure, but signals that certain conditions are being repeatedly fed. Among all emotional fires, there is one that ignites faster than most, one that spreads quickly and leaves lasting damage if it is not seen early. Anger. To understand anger is to understand fire itself, how a single spark becomes a blaze and how awareness can cool it before it burns. Let us turn now to a story that unfolds in an ordinary place where frustration meets choice, and where suffering is either multiplied or released. The airport was crowded and loud, filled with the restless energy of people trying to get somewhere else. Screens flickered with departure times. Announcements echoed through the terminal. Lines formed and dissolved again. It was an ordinary afternoon, the kind most travelers forget as soon as it ends. A man arrived early for his flight, tired but hopeful. He had been away from home for many days and was looking forward to returning to familiar routines, to sleeping in his own bed, to seeing the faces that made him feel grounded. He checked in, passed through security, and found a seat near his gate. With time to spare, he opened a book and allowed his body to settle. Then the announcement came. The flight would be delayed. At first, the delay was brief. A technical check, nothing unusual. People sighed and shifted in their seats. The man noticed a small tightening in his chest, a flicker of disappointment. He felt it, acknowledged it, and returned to his book. A little later, another announcement followed. The delay would be longer than expected. Murmurs spread through the waiting area. Some people stood up. Others pulled out their phones. The man felt the tightening return, slightly stronger this time. Thoughts began to appear. This is inconvenient. I should already be on my way. He noticed the thoughts, noticed the sensation, and took a breath. Then the final announcement arrived. The flight was postponed until the next morning. A wave of frustration swept through the gate area. Voices rose, faces hardened. Several people rushed toward the airline counter, their words sharp with urgency and blame. "This is unacceptable," one person said loudly. "I have important meetings."
Another demanded to speak to a supervisor. The air itself seemed to vibrate with irritation. The man felt it too. The spark had become visible now. Heat spread through his body. His jaw tightened. A familiar story began to form. They should have handled this better. This always happens to me. This isn't fair. This is how anger begins. Not as a blaze, but as a spark. A small flash of heat in the body, a moment of resistance to what is. In itself, the spark is not the problem. It is simply information. Something did not go as hoped. Something is uncomfortable. What happens next is what matters. The man watched the scene unfolding around him. He noticed how quickly frustration spread from one person to another. One raised voice invited another. One angry gesture gave permission for the next. The conditions for anger were abundant uncertainty, inconvenience, fatigue, and a sense of powerlessness. He noticed his own mind joining in. The same thoughts, the same urge to act, the same pull toward confrontation. And then something else appeared. Awareness. He remembered something he had learned long ago. Anger is like fire. It needs fuel. Without fuel, it cannot continue to burn. The delay itself was not the fuel. The repeated thoughts were. The rehearsed arguments. The imagined confrontations. Each one added another piece of kindling. He took a breath and felt his feet on the ground. He did not try to suppress the anger. He did not tell himself he should not feel this way. He simply noticed the heat without feeding it. Around him, the scene continued. People argued with staff who could not change the situation. Voices grew louder. Faces grew tighter. The delay remained exactly the same. The man made a quiet choice. He stood up not to confront but to move away. He found a quieter corner of the terminal. He called home to explain the situation. He noticed that speaking calmly helped his body settle. He found a place to sit and returned to his book, reading slowly not to escape, but to give his attention somewhere neutral. The anger rose again at moments. He noticed it. He breathed. He let it pass. By the end of the evening, two experiences had unfolded in the same space. Some people were exhausted, drained by hours of resistance and argument. Others, like the man, were disappointed, but relatively at ease. The external conditions were identical. The internal conditions were not. This is the Buddha's teaching made visible. We cannot always prevent the spark. Life brings delays, losses, and frustrations. But we can learn to notice the moment when the spark appears. We can learn to stop adding fuel. Anger promises relief through expression. It tells us that if we just say the right thing, if we just make someone else feel our frustration, the discomfort will ease. But anger rarely delivers on this promise. It burns hot and then leaves ash behind. The Buddha compared holding on to anger to grasping a hot coal with the intention of throwing it at someone else. We are the ones who get burned first. The man did not become passive. He accepted the delay, because there was nothing else to do. Acceptance in this case was not resignation. It was clarity. He saw that his anger could not fix the plane. He saw that his suffering was optional. This does not mean anger is wrong. It means anger needs to be understood early, while it is still small enough to work with. Once it grows, once it fills the mind and body, it becomes much harder to contain. In the next part of this story, we will look more closely at how anger grows, how small sparks turn into raging fires, and how awareness at the earliest moment can change everything. A great fire does not begin as a great fire. Those who live near forests know this well. A wildfire often starts with something almost invisible. A spark from a campfire, a flash of lightning, the focused light of the sun through a piece of glass. In that first moment, it will be easy to put out. A cup of water, a handful of dirt, even a firm stamp of the foot could stop it. But if the spark is unnoticed or ignored, it finds dry leaves. The leaves ignite the twigs catch the branches. Soon the fire climbs into the treetops, and what was once small becomes uncontrollable. The Buddha taught that anger works in exactly this way. In the beginning, anger is often subtle, a slight tightening in the chest, a faint heat behind the eyes, a small contraction in the jaw. These are the sparks. They are not yet harmful. They are signals. They tell us that something feels wrong, that an expectation has been disrupted, that discomfort has arisen. The danger is not the spark itself. The danger is what we do next. When the mind notices the spark and immediately begins to narrate it, the fire finds fuel. We replay the event. We judge the other person. We imagine what we should say or what we will say later. Each thought adds another dry leaf to the flame. The body responds as though the situation is escalating, even if nothing new has happened. This is why anger can last far longer than the original cause. The delay at the airport lasted a few moments. The words spoken by a stranger lasted a few seconds. But the anger can last hours, days, even years, sustained entirely by memory and imagination. The Buddha observed that much of our suffering is self-generated in this way. We are wounded once by circumstance and then wound ourselves repeatedly by returning to the story. It is as though the person who insulted us speaks again and again inside our own mind, long after they have gone. The man at the airport understood this instinctively. Each time he noticed his thoughts returning to the delay, he felt the heat rise again, and each time he chose not to follow the story. This was not repression. He did not push the anger away. He simply refused to rehearse it. This is a subtle but crucial distinction. Suppressing anger means pretending it is not there while it continues to burn beneath the surface.
Working with anger means allowing it to be felt without feeding it. One creates pressure, the other creates space. The Buddha taught that mindfulness is the tool that allows us to catch the spark early. When awareness is present, we notice the first signs of agitation before they take over. We see the thought as a thought. We feel the sensation as sensation. We recognize the urge to react as an urge, and in that recognition, the chain is weakened. Imagine standing at the edge of a fire pit. Inside the pit, a small flame flickers. If you keep tossing in wood, the fire will grow. But if you simply stop adding fuel, the flame will eventually die down on its own. You do not have to fight it. You do not have to smother it violently. You simply stop feeding it. This is how anger is cooled. The earlier we notice it, the easier this is. When anger is still a spark, a single breath may be enough. When it has become a flame, it may take time. When it has grown into a blaze, it may burn for a while, no matter what we do. But even then, stopping the fuel is the beginning of its end. This is why the Buddha placed such emphasis on early awareness. Not because he expected people to be perfect, but because he understood how momentum works. Emotions gather force quickly. Catching them early is an act of kindness toward ourselves and others. There is another layer to this teaching. Anger often disguises something more vulnerable beneath it. Disappointment, fear, hurt. When we slow down and stay present with the initial spark, we sometimes discover that the heat is covering something tender. When we react automatically, we never see this. When we pause, it becomes visible. The man at the airport noticed this as well. Beneath his frustration was fatigue. Beneath the fatigue was longing for rest, for home, for familiarity. When he acknowledged this quietly, the anger softened further. The fire lost another source of fuel. This is the deeper wisdom of the practice. Anger is not an enemy to be defeated. It is a signal to be understood. When we meet it with awareness instead of judgment, it reveals its roots. And when its roots are seen, its power diminishes. The Buddha never promised that anger would never arise again. As long as we live, sparks will appear. What changes with practice is our relationship to them. We learn to recognize the early signs. We learn to pause. We learn to choose not to add fuel. Over time, this becomes more natural. The body learns that it does not need to escalate so quickly. The mind learns that it does not need to cling so tightly to its stories. Space opens, choice returns. This is freedom in action. As we continue, we will turn our attention to another fire of the heart, one that often burns more quietly, but just as persistently. Fear. We will explore how fear arises, how imagination feeds it, and how returning to the present moment can dissolve dangers that exist only in thought. For now, let this image remain with you. Notice the sparks, notice the fuel, and remember that every moment of awareness is like a cup of water poured gently onto the flame. Take a slow breath, feel the coolness of the air, and rest in the understanding that even strong fires can be tended with care. Chavor. When anger is understood as fire, we learn to notice heat, fuel, and momentum. We see how quickly a spark can grow when it is fed by thought and story. But there is another fire of the heart, often quieter, often more convincing. A fire that does not shout, but whispers. Fear. Fear rarely arrives as certainty. It comes as imagination, as shadows, as stories about what might be waiting for us in the dark. To understand this fire, we now turn to a story of night silence and a young monk who mistook imagination for danger. The monastery stood deep within the forest, far from villages and roads. During the day, the forest felt alive and welcoming. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Birds moved freely among the branches. The sounds of insects and wind blended into a gentle rhythm that supported the monk's practice. But at night the forest changed. Shadows stretched and merged. Familiar shapes disappeared. Sounds that had seemed ordinary in daylight took on a different quality. A branch, snapping under its own weight, could sound like footsteps. The wind moving through leaves could feel like a whisper, meant for someone else. It was in this forest that a young monk had recently begun his training. He was sincere and diligent, eager to practice, eager to learn. He listened carefully to the teachings and tried his best to follow them. Yet, like many who were new to the path, his mind still carried the stories of the world he had grown up in. He had heard tales of spirits wandering the forest at night, of unseen presences moving through the darkness. During the day, these stories felt distant and harmless. At night, they felt close. One evening, the monastery held a long night meditation. The monks gathered in the main hall, candles casting soft light on the walls. The atmosphere was quiet and steady. Breath followed breath. The hours passed slowly.
As the night deepened, the young monk felt a familiar sensation arise in his body. He needed to step outside and walk to the small building behind the hall. It was not far, but it required crossing a narrow path through the trees. He hesitated. He told himself there was nothing to fear. He had walked this path many times before. And yet his body did not listen to reason. His heart beat faster. His attention drifted toward every sound beyond the walls. He waited as long as he could. Finally, unable to wait any longer, he gathered his courage, rose quietly, and stepped outside. The night air was cool against his skin. The moon hung low, offering just enough light to see the outline of the trees. The forest felt vast and silent. Each step seemed louder than the last. His breath quickened as his imagination began to stir. He reached the small building and slipped inside, closing the door behind him. For a brief moment, he felt relief. He told himself the fear had been foolish. Nothing had happened. Then he heard it. A sound near the door. At first it was faint, almost nothing. Then it came again, a soft scratching, slow, deliberate, as though something were trying to get in. The young monk's body froze, his heart pounded. The teachings he had heard about fear and imagination vanished in that instant. His mind filled the silence with images drawn from old stories. Something was there, something unseen, something dangerous. The scratching continued. He pressed himself against the wall, barely breathing. Time stretched. The sound would stop, then begin again. Each pause made the next sound more terrifying. His thoughts raced. What is it? Why is it here? What will happen if it comes inside? He remained there for hours, unable to move, unable to call out, convinced that danger waited just beyond the door. The night felt endless. When dawn finally came, light softened the edges of the forest. Birds began to sing. The sounds of the monastery waking returned. The young monk stepped outside, slowly, exhausted and shaken. Later that morning, he told the older monks what had happened. He spoke of the scratching of the fear that had held him through the night. An elder monk listened carefully and smiled gently. Without saying a word, the elder monk led him around the small building. There in the soft earth were tiny footprints. Nearby, a small forest creature sat quietly, grooming itself in the sunlight. It had come each night to drink water left inside the building. The danger had never been real. What had been real was the fear. The young monk looked at the harmless creature and felt something loosen inside him. He saw how a simple sound had become a terrifying story, how imagination had filled the darkness with threats that were never there. This is the nature of fear. Fear rarely begins with reality itself. It begins with interpretation, with uncertainty, with the mind reaching into the unknown and filling it with stories drawn from memory and habit. In the next part of this story, we will explore how the Buddha understood fear, how imagination feeds it, and how returning to what is actually present can dissolve dangers that exist only in thought. When the young monk saw the small creature in the morning light, something more than fear dissolved. A layer of misunderstanding fell away. He realized that the terror he had endured through the night had not been caused by what was there, but by what his mind had created. The Buddha taught that fear feeds on imagination, and imagination feeds on distance from the present moment. When attention leaves what is actually happening and moves into what might happen, the mind begins to construct stories. These stories feel convincing because they are vivid,
They feel urgent because the body responds as if they were real. But imagination is not a reality. This does not mean the mind is broken or foolish. Imagination evolved to help us anticipate danger and prepare for challenges. It becomes a source of suffering only when it runs without awareness. When it is no longer guided by direct experience, but by habit and memory, fear can take hold, even in the absence of real threat. The young monk began to notice this pattern in his own practice. During meditation, a sound would arise, a bird call, a branch shifting in the wind. If he stayed with the sound itself, it passed. But if his attention drifted, if he began to wonder what caused the sound, fear could appear. Sound plus story became fear. Sound alone was just sound. This insight stayed with him. The Buddha invited his students to examine fear in this way, not as an enemy, but as a process. Fear is rarely born from raw sensation. It is born from interpretation, layered on top of sensation. A tightening in the chest becomes a warning. A thought becomes a prediction. A possibility becomes a certainty. Consider how anxiety often works in daily life. There is a bodily sensation, first a flutter in the stomach, a quickening of the breath. On its own, this sensation is simply energy moving through the body. The suffering intensifies when the mind begins to explain it. Something is wrong. This is dangerous. I won't be able to handle this. These explanations turn sensation into threat. The Buddha taught a simple and practical response. Return to what is actually present. Feel the sensation without adding a story. Notice the breath without predicting the future. Stay with the body rather than following imagination into imagined outcomes. This does not eliminate uncertainty. It changes our relationship with it. Uncertainty becomes something we can be with rather than something we must escape. The young monk practiced this. When night came again, fear still arose. The forest was still dark. The sounds were still unfamiliar. But now when a noise appeared, he noticed his response. He felt the tightening. He noticed the urge to imagine. And instead of following the story, he returned to his breath. He did not force the fear away. He allowed it to be present without letting it lead him into the future. Slowly, something changed. Fear still came, but it did not last as long. It rose, peaked, and faded. The body learned that it did not need to remain on high alert. The mind learned that not every uncertainty required a story. This is how fear loses its power, not through suppression, but through understanding. The Buddha did not promise a life without fear. He taught something more useful. He taught that we do not need to live inside imagined disasters. We can meet life one moment at a time, responding to what is real rather than rehearsing what is not. This does not mean we never plan or prepare. It means we do not confuse planning with suffering. Preparation can happen calmly. Suffering happens when imagination convinces us that the future has already arrived. The young monk eventually smiled when he remembered that night, not with embarrassment, but with compassion for himself. He had learned how convincing fear can be and how quickly it dissolves when light, both literal and inner, returns. Awareness, he discovered, is like dawn. It reveals what is actually there. As we continue, we will turn toward the attitude that allows us to meet fear, anger, and sorrow wisely, an attitude that does not resist experience, but does not drown in it either. This attitude is what the Buddha called right attitude, the foundation of a heart that can remain free, even in the midst of difficulty. For now, let this teaching settle. Notice when fear is built from stories rather than facts. Notice when the body is reacting to an imagined future. And gently, again and again, return to now. Take a slow breath. Feel where you are. Let the present moment hold you. And remember that many dangers dissolve the moment they are truly seen. When fear is seen clearly, its grip begins to loosen. Not because uncertainty disappears, but because imagination is no longer mistaken for reality. We begin to understand that suffering is not created by what arises, but by how we meet what arises. This understanding points towards something deeper still, an attitude of the heart that allows us to stay present without resisting, without clinging. To explore this, we now turn to a teaching about how to stand in the rain of life without fighting the sky. There is a quiet misunderstanding about freedom that many of us carry. We believe that to be free, life must go our way, that circumstances must improve, that difficult emotions must disappear. And so much of our effort is spent trying to control what cannot truly be controlled. The Buddha offered a different understanding. He taught that freedom does not come from controlling experience, but from changing our relationship to it, from learning how to meet what arises with an attitude that neither resists nor clings. This attitude is subtle, but it changes everything. It is what the Buddha called right attitude. Right attitude does not mean a positive attitude. It does not mean forcing optimism or denying pain. It means meeting life as it is with honesty, kindness, and a willingness to let things unfold without constant interference. To understand this more clearly, consider a simple image. Imagine standing outside as rain begins to fall. If you curse the rain, tense your body, and resist it, the rain does not stop. You only add suffering to the experience. If you pretend the rain is not there, you still get wet. But if you acknowledge the rain, adjust your posture, and perhaps open an umbrella, the experience changes. The rain continues, but you are no longer fighting it. This is the essence of right attitude. The Buddha saw that much of human suffering comes not from pain itself, but from the inner struggle against pain, from the tightening that says this should not be happening, from the resistance that says I cannot accept this. And resistance creates friction. Friction creates suffering. When we resist what is already here, we turn temporary discomfort into prolonged distress. We add tension to pain, fear to uncertainty, anger to inconvenience. The original experience may be unavoidable, but the added suffering is not. Right attitude begins with letting go of the demand that life be different in order for us to be at peace. This does not mean giving up. It means seeing clearly. There is a great difference between acceptance and resignation. Resignation is heavy and hopeless. Acceptance is alert and alive. Acceptance says, this is what is here right now. How shall I meet it? It does not collapse. It opens. The Buddha encouraged his students to practice gentleness toward their own experience. When anger arose, they were not instructed to crush it. When fear appeared, they were not told to shame themselves. They were invited to notice, to feel, and to soften. Softening is a powerful act. When we soften around experience, the heart stays open. When we harden, the heart contracts, and it is contraction, not pain, that causes suffering to linger. Think of how quickly suffering intensifies when we tell ourselves, I shouldn't feel this way. Shame and judgment tighten the mind. They turn a passing emotion into a personal failure. Right attitude releases this tension. It allows emotion to move without turning it into identity. This is why kindness is central to the path. Kindness is not sentimental, it is practical. When we meet our own pain with kindness, the nervous system calms. The body feels safer. The mind becomes clearer. From that clarity, wiser responses become possible. The Buddha compared this to holding a fragile object. If you grip it too tightly, it breaks. If you hold it gently, it is supported. Our inner life is no different. Right attitude is the gentle hold. It is especially important when we encounter failure, loss, or uncertainty. These are moments when the impulse to resist is strongest. We want things to be different, we want relief now, but impatience only deepens the struggle. When we practice right attitude, we allow the experience to be present without adding commentary. We feel sadness without telling ourselves it will last forever. We feel fear without deciding it means we are unsafe. We feel anger without assuming it must be acted upon. This attitude creates space. In that space, the heart can breathe, the body can settle, the mind can see more clearly. And often, the emotion changes on its own. The Buddha did not teach right attitude as a concept to admire. He taught it as a daily practice. A practice of noticing when we are tightening and choosing instead to soften, of recognizing resistance and gently letting it go. This practice does not make us passive, it makes us responsive. When we are no longer fighting reality, we have more energy to respond wisely. We can take action when action is needed, and rest when rest is appropriate. Right attitude is not about liking everything that happens. It is about not turning what happens into an enemy. As we continue, we will see how this attitude plays out in an ordinary story, one that shows how letting go of resistance allows life to move naturally without struggle. For now, let this understanding settle. Notice where you tighten against experience. Notice where you demand that things be different, and see if just for this moment you can soften. Take a slow breath. Let the shoulders drop. Let the heart be exactly as it is. And rest in the possibility that freedom begins not with control but with kindness. There was once a man who loved his garden deeply. Each morning he stepped outside to tend to it with care. He watered the plants, removed weeds, and watched closely for signs of growth. The garden was not large, but it mattered to him. It was a place where he felt connected to the quiet rhythms of life. One season, after weeks of careful tending, dark clouds gathered overhead. Rain began to fall steady, unrelenting day after day. At first, the man welcomed it. Rain nourished the soil. It helped the roots grow deep. But as the days passed, the rain did not stop. The ground became heavy and waterlogged. Leaves drooped. Some plants began to rot. The man felt frustration rise in his chest. He stood at the edge of the garden, fists clenched, watching the rain fall. "This shouldn't be happening," he muttered. "I did everything right." The rain, of course, did not respond. Each day his anger grew. He checked the weather reports obsessively. He complained to neighbors. He replayed the injustice in his mind. The rain continued, and with it his suffering multiplied. One afternoon, exhausted by his own resistance, the man did something different. He stopped standing in the rain, arguing with the sky. He walked back inside, made a cup of tea, and sat quietly by the window. As he watched the rain fall, something softened inside him. The rain was not an enemy. It was not a punishment. It was simply weather. In that moment of clarity, he returned to the garden with new eyes. He built small channels to help the water drain.
He propped up the plants that were bending. He accepted that some seedlings would not survive and let them go. The rain did not stop, but his suffering did. This simple story carries the heart of the Buddha's teaching on right attitude. Life brings conditions we did not choose. Bodies age, plans change, loss arrives. When we meet these experiences with resistance, we suffer twice: once from the event itself and again from our refusal to accept it. Right attitude does not mean passivity. The man did not abandon his garden. He acted where action was possible. What he released was the inner argument with reality. Once that argument ended, wise action became clear. The Buddha taught that suffering grows when we confuse control with care. We can care deeply without needing to control outcomes. We can respond wisely without demanding certainty. This is a profound shift. When fear arises, right attitude says, "Let me feel this without panic." When anger arises, it says, "Let me pause before acting." When sorrow arises, it says, "Let me grieve without believing I am broken." This attitude transforms how emotions move through us. Instead of becoming obstacles, they become visitors. They arrive, stay for a time, and then leave. We learn not to barricade the door or chase them away, but to let them pass through. The Buddha compared this to sitting by a river. Thoughts and feelings flow like water. If we jump in and try to stop the current, we are swept away. If we stand on the bank and watch, we can see what passes without being carried along. Right attitude is standing on the bank. This does not mean we detach from life. It means we stop drowning in it. We stay close enough to feel, but far enough to see clearly. Over time, this practice reshapes the heart. The reflex to resist softens. The habit of clinging loosens. Life is still unpredictable, but we are no longer at war with it. The man continued to tend his garden. Some seasons were generous, others were harsh, but he no longer measured his peace by the weather. His peace came from meeting each condition as it arrived, doing what could be done and letting go of what could not. This is the freedom the Buddha pointed to. Not a life without rain, but a heart that does not argue with the sky. As we move forward, we will turn toward another truth. The Buddha held close the nature of impermanence. We will see how remembering that everything changes can soften despair and deepen gratitude in both joy and sorrow. For now, let this story remain with you. Notice where you are, fighting the rain in your own life. Notice where resistance is adding weight to pain. And gently see if you can step back inside, make space, and meet what is here with a kinder heart. Take a slow breath, feel the steadiness beneath you, and rest in the quiet understanding that peace is not found by controlling life, but by learning how to stand within it. When we stop arguing with the rain, something important becomes clear. Life is not fixed. Conditions shift. What feels permanent is always moving. Pain comes and goes. Joy appears and fades. Even the storms that feel endless eventually pass. The Buddha held this truth at the very center of his teaching. A truth that brings humility in happiness and hope in despair. To understand it, we now turn to a simple reminder, one that has comforted human hearts for centuries. This too will pass. There is an old story told in many lands and many tongues about a young king who had not yet learned how to live with the changing nature of life. He inherited the throne suddenly, long before he felt ready for it. One day he was celebrating, overflowing with confidence and delight, convinced that his happiness would last forever. The next day he was plunged into despair, certain that his troubles would never end. His heart rose and fell with circumstances like a small boat, tossed about by waves it did not understand. When things went well, the young king became careless. He indulged himself, ignored wise counsel, and believed that fortune would always favor him. When things went poorly, he collapsed inward. He withdrew from his people, lost faith in himself, and believed that darkness had claimed him for good. His kingdom suffered not only because of external events, but because of his inner instability. He did not yet know how to hold success or failure with balance. The elders of the court watched this pattern repeat again and again. They saw that the problem was not the events themselves, but the king's relationship to them. They knew that lecturing him would only harden his pride or deepen his despair. Wisdom, they understood, must sometimes be offered quietly in a form that can be discovered rather than imposed. So they commissioned a simple object, a ring crafted with care, neither extravagant nor plain suitable to be worn every day. On its inner surface, hidden from all but the wearer, they engraved 4 words. When the ring was presented to the king, they offered no explanation. They simply said, "Wear this always. Look at it in moments of joy and look at it in moments of sorrow." At first the ring seemed meaningless. Life continued as before. The king still celebrated wildly when things went well. He still fell into despair when difficulties arose. The ring rested quietly on his finger, its message unread. Then one day, in the midst of great trouble, the king sat alone, convinced that everything was falling apart. His mind was filled with catastrophic thoughts. He felt trapped inside the belief that this suffering was permanent, that it defined him, that there was no way forward. Absent-mindedly, his eyes fell to his hand. He noticed the ring, and for the first time he read the words engraved inside. "This too will pass." He read them again, slowly. Something in him paused. The pain did not vanish. The problems did not resolve themselves, but the grip of despair loosened. The thought arose, gentle but steady, "This moment is not the end of the story. Conditions have changed before. They will change again. If this will pass, then perhaps I can endure it. Perhaps I can act wisely instead of collapsing." With that small shift, his posture changed. He stood up. He called his advisors. He began to address the situation before him, not from panic, but from steadiness. And in time, as all things do, the crisis passed. Later, when prosperity returned, celebrations filled the palace once more. Music played. Laughter echoed through the halls. As joy rose in him, the king remembered the ring and looked at it again. "This, too, will pass." This time the words did not bring sadness. They brought clarity. They reminded him not to cling, not to lose himself in excess, not to forget the fragility of good fortune. He allowed himself to enjoy the moment fully, but without illusion. Gratitude replaced arrogance. Presence replaced intoxication. Over the years, the ring became his greatest teacher. In sorrow, it offered hope. In happiness, it offered humility. Slowly, the king learned what the Buddha would later teach so clearly: everything that arises is impermanent. And because it is impermanent, it can be endured. Because it is impermanent, it can be appreciated. This teaching is not meant to make life feel bleak. It is meant to make life workable. When we believe that pain will last forever, we fall into despair. When we believe that pleasure will last forever, we cling and suffer when it changes. But when we truly understand impermanence, something in us relaxes. We stop demanding that life be other than it is. In moments of grief, remembering that this too will pass does not mean minimizing our pain. It means recognizing that pain is a season, not an identity. In moments of joy, remembering that this too will pass does not rob us of happiness. It deepens it. We savor what is here precisely because we know it is precious and fleeting. The Buddha taught that all conditioned things are impermanent. This is not a philosophical statement meant for debate. It is a practical truth meant to be lived. When we forget impermanence, we suffer unnecessarily. When we remember it, we gain balance. We learn to meet both pleasure and pain with wisdom. Think of your own life. The moments you once believed you would never survive. The joys you thought would never end. Where are they now? Everything has moved. Everything has changed. And yet, here you are. Breathing, listening, still walking the path. This is the quiet power of the ring. Not a spell, not a denial, just a reminder of reality as it truly is. Whatever you are carrying right now, however heavy it feels, is not fixed. It is not solid stone. It is moving, even if you cannot yet see how. This too will pass. And in knowing this, the heart finds just enough space to breathe again. When the young king truly took the teaching of the ring into his heart, his life began to change in subtle but powerful ways. He still experienced joy and sorrow, success and failure, praise and criticism. Nothing about being human disappeared. What changed was the way these experiences moved through him. They no longer owned him. They no longer defined him. In times of hardship, when fear or disappointment arose, he no longer collapsed under their weight. He would feel the pain fully, honestly, without pretending it wasn't there. But alongside the pain, there was now an understanding quietly present. This is not permanent. This moment is not the whole story. And because of that understanding, he could stay upright inside difficulty. He could act with patience instead of panic, with care instead of despair. In times of happiness, something equally important happened. He no longer rushed to grasp at joy, afraid of losing it. He no longer tried to freeze the moment or demand that it stay the same. Instead, he allowed joy to fill him completely. He tasted it fully, knowing it was fleeting. And because he knew it would pass, he did not waste it. Gratitude replaced clinging. Presence replaced hunger. This is the deeper gift of impermanence. It does not make life less meaningful. It makes it more so. When we believe something will last forever, we often stop paying attention. We take it for granted. But when we see clearly that everything is changing, every moment becomes precious. The Buddha taught impermanence not to make us detached from life, but to free us from unnecessary suffering. Much of our pain comes not from what happens, but from our resistance to change. We want pleasant experiences to stay. We want unpleasant ones to disappear immediately. And when life refuses to obey these demands, we suffer. Impermanence teaches us another way. It invites us to say yes to the flow of life as it is, not with resignation, but with wisdom. When sorrow comes, we remember it will pass, and this gives us endurance. When joy comes, we remember it will pass, and this gives us appreciation. Think of grief. When grief first arrives, it often feels endless. The heart says, "I will never feel whole again." This belief is part of the suffering. But impermanence gently whispers, this pain will change. Not today, not tomorrow perhaps, but it will not remain as it is forever.
And this whisper, even faint, can be enough to keep us going. Think of happiness. How often do we rush past it already worried about losing it? Impermanence invites us to do the opposite, to slow down, to feel the warmth fully, to let joy sink into our bones, to say silently, this moment matters. The Buddha once compared human experience to a flower. The flower blooms because conditions come together: soil, water, sunlight, time. It exists for a while, beautiful and fragrant, and then inevitably it fades. This does not make the flower tragic, it makes it real. Its beauty exists precisely because it is temporary. Our emotions are like this. They bloom and fade. They arise from conditions and dissolve when those conditions change. When we remember this, we stop treating our feelings as permanent truths about who we are. Sadness becomes a season, not an identity. Joy becomes a gift, not a possession. The wise king eventually passed the ring on to his child, not as an heirloom of power, but as an heirloom of understanding. "Wear this," he said, "and let it remind you that no storm lasts forever and no summer remains unchanged." It was the only teaching he knew that worked in every situation. You do not need a ring to carry this teaching. You can carry it in your breath, in your memory, in the quiet space of your heart. When difficulty arises, you can gently remind yourself, this too will pass. When happiness arrives, you can whisper the same words, not as a warning, but as an invitation to be fully present. This understanding does not remove pain. It transforms our relationship with it. It does not dull joy. It deepens it. It teaches us how to live without clinging and without despair, how to walk the middle path between grasping and aversion. And as this understanding settles into you, something begins to grow naturally. A softer heart, a steadier mind, a quiet resilience that does not depend on circumstances. From this ground, a new question arises, gentle and hopeful. If everything changes, what can we intentionally cultivate while we are here? To answer that, we now turn toward the art of planting joy, of tending the inner garden of the heart. When we truly understand that everything changes, something quietly shifts inside us. We stop demanding that life stay the same. We stop waiting for a perfect moment that never comes. If pain will pass, we can endure it with patience. If joy will pass, we can choose to nourish it while it is here. Impermanence does not leave us empty. It leaves us responsible. Responsible for what we cultivate in the brief time we are given. And so the question gently turns inward. If the heart is a garden, what seeds are we planting each day? To answer that, we step into the practice of tending joy itself. Revolve. If the heart is a garden, then attention is the hand that tends it. Every day, whether we realize it or not, we are choosing where that hand rests. We choose what we water. We choose what we pull out. And slowly, almost invisibly, the landscape of the heart takes shape. Most people believe that joy is something that happens to them. If circumstances are kind, they feel happy. If circumstances are harsh, they feel deprived. But the Buddha saw something different. He saw that while we cannot control the weather of life, we can influence what grows within it. Joy is not only a reaction, it is something that can be cultivated. Think about how the mind usually moves. It scans for problems. It notices what is missing, what is wrong, what could go badly next. This habit is not a personal failure. It is ancient. Our ancestors survived by being alert to danger. Those who noticed threats quickly lived long enough to pass on their genes. But the world we live in now, is not the world the nervous system was designed for. The mind continues to scan for danger, even when none is present, and the heart pays the price. When attention rests again and again on what is wrong, the heart slowly fills with tension. Gratitude dries up. Contentment feels distant. This is not because life is empty, but because we are not looking at what nourishes us. A garden left unattended does not become neutral. Weeds grow faster than flowers. The practice of cultivating joy begins with a simple shift. We learn to notice what is already here, not in a forced or artificial way, but gently, honestly. A warm cup of tea held between your hands, a moment of quiet before sleep, a kind word spoken without expectation. These things are small, but they are real. And when we notice them, something subtle happens inside us. The heart softens. The Buddha spoke often of gratitude, not as a moral obligation, but as a form of wisdom. To be grateful is to see clearly, to recognize the conditions that are supporting us in this moment. Air to breathe, a body that carries us, a mind capable of understanding. Even in difficult times, not everything is broken, and learning to see what is not broken is a powerful medicine. There is a simple practice that has been passed down through generations. At the end of the day before sleep, pause and recall 3 things you are grateful for. They do not need to be dramatic. In fact, it is better if they are ordinary. The ordinary is where life actually happens. And as you recall each one, do not rush. Let the feeling of gratitude be felt in the body. Let it warm the chest. Let it slow the breath. At first, this practice may feel mechanical. The mind may resist. It may say this is too small to matter. But the heart learns through repetition, not argument. Each time you return attention to what is nourishing, you are watering a seed. You may not see immediate results, but beneath the surface, roots are forming. Over time, something changes. Gratitude begins to arise spontaneously. You notice beauty more easily. You savor moments instead of rushing past them. Joy becomes quieter, less dependent on excitement, more like a steady hum beneath daily life. This is not the joy of fireworks. It is the joy of being alive and present. The Buddha did not teach joy as indulgence. He taught it as balance. A heart that only knows discipline becomes dry. A heart that only seeks pleasure becomes restless. But a heart that learns to appreciate what is wholesome and present becomes resilient. It can face difficulty without collapsing and enjoy goodness without clinging. Cultivating joy does not mean ignoring suffering. It means giving the heart enough nourishment so it can meet suffering without being overwhelmed. A well-tended garden can weather storms. A neglected one cannot. As we learn to place attention wisely, another question begins to emerge naturally. If we can cultivate gratitude and joy, can we also cultivate forgiveness, compassion, and peace? Can the garden of the heart grow, not only flowers for ourselves, but shelter for others as well? To explore that, we now turn toward the deeper practices that allow joy to mature into something even more enduring. As the garden of the heart becomes more tended, something gentle but profound begins to happen. Joy no longer feels fragile. It no longer depends entirely on good news or pleasant conditions. It begins to mature, deepening into qualities that can hold both light and shadow. This is where the path naturally leads, not just toward feeling better, but toward becoming freer. One of the first flowers to bloom from this deeper soil is compassion. When we have learned to meet our own struggles with kindness, it becomes easier to recognize the struggles of others. We see ourselves in them. The irritation we once felt toward another person softens when we recognize the fear or pain beneath their behavior. This is not because we excuse harm, but because we understand it more clearly. Compassion is not weakness. It is clarity paired with care. The Buddha taught that compassion arises naturally when the heart is no longer consumed by its own battles. When we stop fighting ourselves, we have more space to be present with others. And this presence, simple and steady, is often more healing than any advice we could offer. Sometimes the greatest gift we can give is not a solution, but a calm, listening heart. Alongside compassion grows forgiveness. Forgiveness is not a single act. It is a practice repeated again and again. It is the decision to stop carrying stones that only weigh us down. We may have been hurt. We may have been wronged. These truths do not disappear with forgiveness, but forgiveness releases us from being endlessly defined by the past. It allows energy that was trapped in resentment to return to life. Forgiving ourselves is often the hardest part. Many people carry quiet shame for years, replaying old mistakes, holding themselves to standards they would never apply to anyone else. But the garden cannot flourish if we poison the soil with self-hatred. Learning to say I was doing the best I could with what I knew at the time is not denial. It is wisdom. Growth does not come from punishment. It comes from understanding. From compassion and forgiveness arises something even more subtle, peace. Not peace as the absence of noise or conflict, but peace as an inner steadiness. A sense that whatever arises can be met. This peace does not mean life becomes easy. It means the heart becomes spacious. There is room for joy without clinging, room for sorrow without collapse. Meditation is one of the ways this peace is cultivated, not as an escape from life, but as a return to it. Each time we sit quietly and rest with the breath, we are reminding the nervous system that it is safe to settle. We are teaching the mind that it does not have to chase every thought or solve every problem immediately. Beneath the constant movement, there is a stillness that has always been there. Sometimes in this stillness, something unexpected happens. The heart feels full. Tears may come not from sadness, but from gratitude, from the simple, overwhelming beauty of being present. These moments cannot be forced. They arise when conditions are right. And while they are not the goal of practice, they remind us why we walk this path at all. As peace deepens, it begins to radiate outward. Like warmth from a fire, it touches those around us. We become steadier in difficult conversations, more patient with frustration, less reactive to the small disturbances of daily life. Without trying to change others, our own calm becomes an invitation. This is how inner work becomes service without effort or performance. The Buddha taught loving kindness as a way of consciously cultivating this outward flow. Beginning with ourselves, may I be safe, may I be peaceful, and slowly expanding to include others, friends, strangers, even those we find difficult. This practice does not require us to feel affection for everyone. It asks only that we wish for well-being, for freedom from suffering. Over time, this intention reshapes the heart, and so the journey comes full circle. We began by looking inward, learning how pain turns into suffering. We learn to see emotions clearly, to meet them with awareness and kindness. We discovered impermanence and the freedom it offers. We learned to tend the garden of the heart with gratitude and care. And now we see how this inner work naturally flows outward, touching the world. Nothing here is about perfection. Gardens are never finished. There will be days when weeds grow faster than flowers. days. Days when the heart feels heavy again, when old patterns return. This does not mean you have failed. It means you are alive. The practice is simply to return again and again to tending what matters. As you rest now, perhaps preparing for sleep, let this be enough. You do not need to fix your life tonight. You do not need to solve yourself. Simply notice the breath. Notice the quiet moments between thoughts. Notice that even now something gentle is holding you. Thank you for walking this path with us. May the seeds you have planted tonight continue to grow quietly, patiently in the days to come. Sleep well, and may peace accompany you here at the long night. Good night.